Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:30 on Wednesday, May 10th, and welcome to the third workshop on our fiscal 2023-2024 budget. We will begin with a roll call to establish the presence of a quorum.
We have Supervisor Arenas remote today. So Supervisor Arenas. I will come back. Supervisor Chavez. Here. Supervisor Semidian.
Here.
Vice President Lee. Present. And President Ellenberg.
I am here as well.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Just only for my colleagues and folks on the dais, the clerks had a hard time yesterday hearing some of us speak, so I want to urge you to talk directly into your microphone, even if it feels that you're not then able to look at to whomever you are speaking. Supervisor Chavez, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next order of business is public comment. This is the portion of the agenda set aside for members of the public wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on any item not on today's agenda, but within the purview of the board. Peggy, do we have, I'm going to guess we do, have public speakers this afternoon?
We have 3 speakers in chambers and currently have 3 speakers virtually.
Okay, let me just note for anyone who is in the chambers that is planning to speak, please now have a yellow card filled out. When the first person begins speaking in person, we'll close that queue. Likewise, when we hear the first person on Zoom, the Zoom queue will close. So folks that are remote, if you intend to speak on public comment, now please is the time to raise your hand. And just another reminder again for any of you there that are intending to speak on public comment, now is the time to bring in your yellow card. Thank you so much.
We now have 11 speakers in Zoom. One moment, it's still increasing.
Okay.
It looks like it's settling around 15.
Okay. In addition to folks in the chambers.
Correct.
All right, so we're going to do 1 minute for public comment, as is our practice. Thank you.
And I would also like to note for the record that Supervisor Arenas has joined the meeting at 1:33.
Thank you.
Our first speaker in the room is David Padilla, followed by Nydia Smith and Moria Levamo. If you wish to approach the podium.
Hello.
Yeah, you can use actually the podium itself. There's a microphone embedded in it.
Okay.
There you
Can hear
go.
me? Yeah. Hello, supervisors. My name is David Padilla. I'm staff with SCAU 521, and just wanted to deliver some petitions from our members. Our members have been speaking this week about the importance of making sure that there are enough staff to provide the vital services that they provide every day, from health care to behavioral health support to mental health crisis support. And so we really want to make sure that you all get the signatures from the over 12,000 members in the Santa Clara County. We just had a rally a little bit earlier today and making some noise to make sure that we're supporting community services, funding care in the county. So I'll leave these here with the clerk of the board, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Nydia Smith.
Good afternoon. I'm Nydia Smith, President of 1587 Probation Peace Officers Union, and I'm here to let you know where we stand with regard to the probation budget proposal. Specifically, we are taking a stand against the deletion of the 18 vacant codes for probation officers and counselors who provide direct services to the residents of Santa Clara County. As an alternative to incarceration, probation officers and counselors are integral to providing services to families in the community as we strive toward continued justice reform and a reduction in recidivism. As we know, people of color are disproportionately represented in the criminal justice system. Following the murder of George Floyd, 1587 held rallies and created justice committees to address ending systemic racism both internally and externally in the work we do. Labor and civil rights have deep historical roots, and in recent years, it's the labor movement that has championed racial and gender equality to an unprecedented degree. Probation peace officers are as diverse as the community we serve, and the importance of representation cannot be overestimated. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Morelia Lovuamo.
Hi, good afternoon, Board. My name is Maurelia Lovuamo. I am a senior paralegal for the Office of the District Attorney, and I have worked over 24 years serving proudly our community. I am also a proud 521 member, and I am an elected negotiator for our 521 contract. I come to you to discuss how the proposed budget from our CEO, Mr. Jeff Smith, would further hurt our employees and the community that we serve. Our office has experienced shortages throughout this pandemic. Specifically, paralegal vacancies that I've seen have impacted the work within our units and our ability to serve the community. The work that we do is essential for our victims. We have paralegals that work with restitution, and I come to you asking for the county to support the work that we do.
Thank you so much. We have to make sure that everyone has the same amount of time to speak.
Go ahead.
I just want to note for any speakers who feel that they are not getting to say their whole messages, please email the whole content to the board and we'll be able to read your whole message. Thank you.
And before we go to the virtual speakers, I would like to go ahead and ask Supervisor Arenas to unmute and officially join the meeting. I see that you are in the room. And we will come back. Our next speaker is Gwen Neal. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you for the opportunity, Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Logos Christian Fellowship. We are located on the east side of San Jose. We provide food services to people that have suffered historically from food insecurities, needs that have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. We feed at least 1,500 families per week. And this is something that is necessary in the community, and it has made a huge difference in the lives of these families. Thank you for this opportunity, and we welcome anything that the county may be able to provide. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Soto. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I want to talk about historical preservation work, funding historical preservation work. I've been successful in establishing the building that served as the first headquarters of Lowrider Magazine and Sacred Heart Church are now accepted as historical landmarks in the city of San Jose. And that's important because there's a lot of history that has not been properly articulated, and it's a racial equity issue. And so what I'd like to do, and I'll revisit this later on in the agenda, but just in supporting through budget allocations, the kind of work that I'm doing. I've never come to these meetings asking for anything for myself specifically, but this is one particular area that I'm really good at it, and I know where to look for the information and how to contextualize it and insert it to where I actually got a building that served as the first headquarters of Lowrider Magazine. I'm very proud of that.
Our next speaker is Maricela Perez. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Maricela Perez, and I'm a community organizer.
I'm sorry, if you could accept the unmute.
Hello. Hi, sorry. Hello, my name is Maricela Perez, and I'm a community organizer for Latinas Contra Cáncer. I want to start off by thanking the county and Supervisor Chavez for approving inventory item number 178. Latinas Contra Cáncer is working to create a more equitable and accessible healthcare system for the LCC's members are primarily low-income and undocumented and monolingual speakers who are facing obstacles in healthcare due to cultural, socioeconomic, and institutional inequalities. Thanks to the grant like the one proposed by Supervisor Chavez, our organization will continue to grow, offering more services and more programs to community members. This grant will help support our work as we continue to identify and remove obstacles faced by the underserved Latino population within healthcare systems when accessing health, education, prevention, and care. Thank you once again.
And Supervisor Ellenberg, did you wish to make an announcement about the queue? Okay. Our next speaker is Nina Chuang. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello everyone, my name is Nina Chuang and I serve as a student body president for associate students at San Jose State University. I'm speaking in support of budget inventory number 115899 to provide San Jose State University API perspectives with $25,000 for the purpose of supporting the creation of multi-generational multimedia pipeline for continued documentation, archiving, and curriculum development for the AAPI community. On behalf of the students of San Jose State University, I urge you to support the creation of this pipeline for continued documentation, archiving, and curriculum development around the AAPI community activist narratives in the Santa Clara County. It's vital for our community, for our students, and for the next generation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yvonne Kwan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Kwan. I'm an assistant professor of Asian American Studies at San Jose State. I'm speaking in support of Supervisor Cindy Chavez's proposed budget inventory item number 115899. I want to first thank the board for believing in and funding phase 1 of the AAPI Perspectives Activism and Oral History project. It is through that so many of our young people, educators, and elders have been able to forge connections across generations to capture and tell an off-silence history of AAPI activism in the county. Through this budget item, we can help fund phase 2 of this project to train youth in our community to capture the texture and humanities of their families and their communities. Through partnerships with the Japanese American Museum of San Jose, we can help rebuild the resource center and ensure that all county residents can understand the diversities and the histories that make us so great. Thank you so much for this, and with this seed funding, we will be able to teach our county's members, especially our youth, to build a more equitable and compassionate world. Thank you.
Peggy, I do, in fact, want to stop you for 2 points. One, I did announce this at the beginning of public comment, but we'll remind folks on Zoom that the queue closes when the first speaker begins speaking. The second reminder is that inventory items are on the budget today, which means that public comment is not the appropriate place to speak on them. We will, sorry, I should have seen what number it is. Item 26 would be the appropriate place to speak about inventory items, so we're not going to have those comments now. And again, the queue closed when the first person signed up, but there will be lots more opportunities to speak today. Thank you, and let's keep going.
The next speaker is Raimundo Armendariz. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hi, this is Raimundo Armendariz, Executive Director at GARA Community Agency for Resources, Advocacy, and Services, serving South County, Gilroy, Morgan Hill, and San Martin. This is in regards to inventory item number 118. Do you want me to reserve my comments till then?
Yes.
Okay, I'll reserve my comments and come back and raise my hand for that item.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Wen. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Elevate Community Center. The work that Elevate does is vital as we provide important legal
I'm
services.
so sorry to interrupt you. That it regards an inventory item. Again,
Oh, okay.
this is public
Sorry.
comment for items not on today's agenda. For those of you with your hands still up, if you're speaking on an item not on today's agenda, please keep your hand up. If you are intending to speak on inventory or on public safety and justice or on Hewlett budget issues, those items will be heard later.
One moment while the list changes. Our next speaker is Jessica Z. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Jessica Cerduce. I'm an environmental health specialist at the Department of Environmental Health and a member of SEIU Local 521 for over 10 years, and I've not seen the employee vacancy rate this high. My job description consists of inspecting food facilities in the county, such as restaurants, food trucks, and grocery stores. In the last 6 months, because our department is understaffed, I worked out of class as a senior specialist and helped manage the mobile food program. This program works with some of the most vulnerable members of our community, the low-income immigrant family-owned food truck operators. After the pandemic, there's been an increase in mobile food operations as they are more economical to run than a full-service restaurant. Due to the staffing crisis, these operators must wait months to schedule their inspection. And what do these struggling business owners do? They continue to operate without our inspections and don't get the required education on food safety just to put food on their own table. We need to address the staffing crisis so we can prevent foodborne illnesses.
The next speaker is Jim Gardner. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
I was talking on inventory items, so I can wait.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda Nguyen. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Yes, I actually wanted to speak on the inventory item. So should I keep my hand up?
You should preferably please put your hand down because
Okay,
we have
thank you.
several items to get to before
Yes.
inventory.
Yes,
So
I am.
if you're holding for inventory, please don't continue to hold your hand up now. There will be a time to re-raise.
I am lowering all hands. Thank you. And that concludes virtual speakers and chamber speakers.
Okay then, thank you very much.
Before we go to the next item, I understand that Supervisor Arenas is ready for her official announcement, asking her to unmute. Supervisor Arenas. I guess not.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay, so I do have, I'm not sure how to technically say this because my daughter is in the next room, but it's an open floor plan. So I'm going to say she is not technically, I do not have any individuals 18 years of age or older present in the room at my remote location with me. In the next room is my daughter, and she is obviously my daughter. Anyways, I think that's what I should be saying at this point.
Thank you.
That's sufficient?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We are then going to move on to item 2024, which is to review the county executive's fiscal year 2023-2024 recommended budget for departments reporting to Public Safety and Justice Committee. And as was the case both Tuesday and Monday, as we move through the numbered agenda items, I'll ask my colleagues which departments or sub-letters they would like to hear at the beginning of each item. We can either hear the presentation or go right into discussion, depending on your preference, and then take public comment. My own request for item 24 is just item A. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. 24B, 24C, 24D, and G.
Supervisor Simidian.
My items have been identified already. Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I'm interested in adding item H, which is the medical coroner, examiner, and also item E for a brief question, which is the Office of Pretrial Services.
Okay, Supervisor Arenas, we're hearing A, B, C, D, E, and H. Do you have any additional requests?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
And G.
G and G.
Thank you, I missed that. All right.
Madam
so-
Chair, excuse the interruption.
Yes, sir.
Given that, could we go through it one more time, just so
Absolutely.
I and the public know what is about to be heard?
Yes, we are going to hear item 24A, the budget of the Office of the Sheriff, item B, the Department of Correction, item C, the District Attorney, item D, the Public Defender, item E, Pretrial Services, item G, Probation, and item H, the Medical Examiner-Coroner.
Thank you.
All right, so let's begin with item A, please.
Okay.
Greg, you're leading off?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Greg Etruria, County Budget Director. And the recommended budget for the Office of the Sheriff is a total appropriation of $220.9 million. It includes actions to add resources to provide a wellness coordinator, to increase watch commanders at headquarters, to expand support for background investigations and recruitment, to provide leadership for professional standards, and to provide analytical capabilities for professional standards in the audit division. Next slide, please. It includes the addition of resources to support the Professional Standards Division, to support the compliance and legal mandates, to augment and document.
Point of personal privilege, excuse the interruption again.
Yes.
It's been my experience that the acoustics in this room are really quite remarkable because you can hear a pin drop from that side of the room, but you can't hear clearly always what people say into their microphones. So, and I have had my hearing checked, and the doctor tells me it's excellent. So whether we need the clerk to bring it up a little bit or just need to remind everyone to speak right into the microphone or speak loudly and with enthusiasm, I do not know, but I just want to make sure I don't miss a word, Mr. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. We'll give this another try. It includes the addition of resources to support professional standards and audits division to provide the administrative support for the compliance and legal mandates, resources to augment document and microfilm conversion, to provide resources for psychological testing, to improve workstations at the South County substation, and to refresh desktops and monitors in the department. It includes the deletion of vacant positions to address the structural deficit. Next slide, please. At this point, I see we have the sheriff here to help answer questions of the board.
Thank you very much and welcome. If my colleagues don't mind, I'll start this item off. The sheriff's office included a request for an inmate rehabilitation director, and I think this position is really a critical first step in building a new rehabilitation and custodial alternative division in the sheriff's office, as well as partnerships with service providers who could provide continued treatment and support beyond incarceration. So in my view, colleagues, this position really means significantly more than simply additional services to reduce recidivism. My hope is that as an executive level position, it would help lead a paradigm shift toward rehabilitation and ultimately successful reentry into the sheriff's office organization, into the community. I'm so sorry. The current programs unit under the Custody Bureau, which provides rehabilitation services, doesn't have the same authority as a higher level position, truly in an organization where rank matters. Program providers have long struggled to access people in need of services in the jails, and this position could make a significant difference in coordinating them. So I'll start this item off with a motion to direct administration to include funding for this position in the June revised budget and would respectfully seek a second.
A second.
Thank you. Do you want to continue, Supervisor Lee?
Sure. I have actually a few questions. So, okay, let me do a better job on talking to the mic here. Here we go.
Excuse the interruption again. Point of personal privilege. Could we get staff comment on that recommendation? Because it ultimately will be part of your motion, and I'd just like to have staff input before we go on to the next item.
Dr. Smith?
The current budget is balanced, so any additions or changes will have to be adjusted with deletions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Understood. And I have the data I need now to stop interrupting Supervisor Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to look over some of the positions requested from the Sheriff's Office that would impact the jail facilities and also supporting the consent decree compliance and the ADA unit as well. So for example, the Sheriff's Office has requested 2 additional deputies for the ADA compliance unit and 3 FTE for the operations standards and inspection unit. It's my understanding that these respective positions would support the agency's compliance with the Chavez, the case that we had, a consent decree, remedial plan, and use of force policy, as well as the ADA compliance. And I understand that we are facing tough budget decisions, but are we meeting the ADA and consent decree requirements if we do not approve these positions? And is there at least a plan in place moving forward to make sure that we can get to compliance? Mike?
Sheriff, your microphone, please.
Okay, it helps when you hit the turn it on. So again, I apologize, but thank you. It's an honor to be here today and to present our budget to you. The ADA compliance is one of the key instrumental units within the organization to really adhere to a lot of the oversight, and specifically what you mentioned, Supervisor Lee, with the consent decree. And it's really a matter of having the appropriate staff to respond to the number of complaints they're receiving in a timely fashion. A tremendous amount of complaints come in each and every day. That unit is working on those each and every day and trying to respond to those. So I think that staff would dramatically help in that regard. I believe my Assistant Sheriff, David Sepulveda, is not here, so that's okay. But the reality is those positions would really help us, and especially now that we have an additional issue with the Attorney General, a lot of areas that we have to respond to. And again, we were not allocated any additional resources when the Attorney General's oversight came in to respond to the numerous subpoena requests that we have to adhere to. So.
Thank you, Sheriff. So I'm going to request an add to the motion to see if there's any way we could potentially add these positions back in order to meet those legal requirements. It's not a nice to have, but it's required to have. Go ahead. Yes, Council.
I just wanted to assure the board that we're very, very familiar with the consent decrees and the requirements associated with the consent decrees, and have made decisions with respect to the recommended budget in that context. So of course, more resources could always be added in some place. They have to be taken away from somewhere else, as Dr. Smith mentioned. But I can assure the board that issues around the consent decree are ones we're very familiar with, and ones that we know quite well. So, just want to make sure the board understands that context and how the decision-making occurred associated with the recommended budget.
So thank you, James. My concern here is not so much adding people, it's just getting the consent decree met. So if you think we could do without, could you maybe provide an off-agenda report to us to explain how we are covering those, just to make sure that we're not going to miss those issues moving forward?
We'd be happy to talk with the board further about kind of the overall plan with the consent decrees. I think it's just important to recognize it is a multi-year effort, and that far more than just some staffing augmentation is part of that effort, including some of the conversations associated with facilities, including programming, training, and other changes, including many other efforts. So I don't think having a focus just on a few positions is a sufficient lens on consent decree compliance. It is a many years long effort with many different facets that will require other types of investments as well on the part of the county.
Okay, thank you, James. Second question I have is, I'm really trying to understand better with the staffing situation. We know the sheriff's office has been so understaffed for many, many years, not only through COVID, but just year after year. And we have talked about various ways trying to make up these shortages. And through that staffing process came about regarding the recommendations on this budget. The county exec's recommendations did not capture as many of these to be considered priority one as laid out by the sheriffs. So, Dr. Smith, or maybe Greg, if you could help us shed a light on the ones that are priority one that we are not funding, and try to, so that I can understand better what made those decisions and making those not funded, even those considered priority one by the sheriff.
I can take that question. As we've noted from the beginning, we're in a deficit position, so we had to look at vacant positions that were funded throughout the county, and we looked at primarily positions that were duplicated or triplicated, so that there were many other positions of that classification that could be hired into. What we're recommending here is a moderate decrease in the number of positions available in that classification. We think the number left is certainly challenging to fill, but we do not think that the ones that are recommended for deletion have any chance of being filled before the end of the year. So having a vacant position languish with funding means that some other services or personnel need to be released. So it was purely a matter of how much can we actually do.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So, Sheriff, I guess the question here really is how fast can we fill out the existing vacancies first? And I would plead that if those positions were filled and that you need additional vacancies, assuming the budget goes through this way, could you come back to us and let us know that, hey, we need those positions back that you took out? Is that possible?
Yes, Supervisor, in defense of the budget director and the county executive, not that they need my defense, but, we did, for the public's awareness, we were asked to be cautious and thoughtful about our budget for this year, and I will self-proclaim that I did not heed that, and I put in numerous requests for the organization to stabilize it and really add the positions that I felt we would need moving forward. But to his executive's point, there are numerous positions that, yes, realistically, we will not be able to fill within the upcoming year. And we honestly, as an organization, aren't objecting to the vacancy positions being taken. What I did ask in this budget is, and we presented it in a two-tier fashion, priority one, priority two, and we did ask and would like that opportunity that if we are successful in recruiting individuals for positions and we get to a point where we feel we are going to exceed those vacancies in a short fashion, to come back to the board and the executive and ask for maybe some overhire positions to do that. But we have to do our job in successfully recruiting in the first place.
And we'll certainly do that. We all share the same concern that the sheriff has and the union has, that right now mandatory overtime is way too much, and once we get actual bodies in those positions, we will certainly add additional positions to make sure that we continue with the hiring.
Okay. Now, now that we talk about recruitment, could you update us? What is the status of the implementation of the incentive pay program that we discussed previously, both in recruitment or potentially for longevity? Since we are not really adding more positions, is there anything we are doing to keep the current deputies where they are because of the satisfaction issues?
Yeah, thank you. I think just to bring everybody up to date, I think what you're referring to is the hiring bonus. We have not yet started recruiting under those guidelines yet, because I think there's still a few details that need to be resolved. I think that will help us tremendously, and I thank the board for that incentive. I think it will help us in recruiting. I also think, as you may or may not be aware, we joined a 30 by 30 initiative to recruit women into the workforce at a pace of 30% of the workforce by 2020 or 2030. We're hoping that initiative sparks some interest and diversifies the organization. We are being very aggressive in our recruiting efforts, and I would be more than happy to come back to you in the future to tell you our outcome of that.
Great, thank you. One other area I want to talk about is the court services. As we know that many of the courtrooms were not opened. Looking at the request from the Sheriff's Office, you requested 34 FTE, Sheriff deputies and 12 FTE and the Sheriff technicians to be added, supporting the court security services area. Are these positions approved in an outside funding source? And I want to ask to clarify, because with these additional positions covering the need to potentially open up more courtroom availability.
Do you want to address that one, or I can? So, yes, portion of those positions are, going back to the 34 deputy positions that we requested again, I will acknowledge that to fill those would be challenging. And I just would again ask if we have the opportunity to get close in recruiting, that we would be able to open up the conversation again. The technicians is really the piece that we were hoping to add, because that's a position that would have been easier to recruit and probably fill, and that would supplement the deputy positions in the court security. The courts right now is one of our biggest staffing challenges, as you are well aware, and we are having to have mandated overtime to fill some of the positions, and especially now that we've rolled out of the pandemic, then the courts want to open up more courtrooms. We're doing our best to staff those. So I think that's a position that, again, that we will have to come back to hopefully sooner than later to ask for approval to start filling. To answer your question very specifically, there's a few $1 million that we receive from the state to provide security for the courts. I do not believe, and maybe somebody can remind me, if it exactly fills that obligation of all the positions. And I'm going to ask our budget director to clarify this extensive spreadsheet she just gave me. So. I'm not the smartest person in the world, so I'm just upfront about it.
Just look at this line.
Right.
This is the state money.
Okay.
This is what we spend, and this is the reserve fund that we have.
Okay, so to answer the question very specifically, and thank you for that clarification. Currently in 2023, we do receive $38 million from the state for realignment, and we presently exceed that amount. We don't, because we don't have those staffing positions filled.
So basically, if we were able to get those filled, we will get the money.
Yes, all the requests that we've asked for would be reimbursed by the state. It's a matter of filling them.
Right. So, as I said, let's get that rolling, and we've got the incentive. Let's hope that we can get more folks hired as soon as possible. Finally, I have a follow-up question on some of the other requests you have for your comments, Sheriff. For the Operations Standards and Inspection Unit, you talked about adding one sheriff deputy, as well as the creation of a new position on the Inmate Rehabilitation Director. For a new division of rehabilitation custodial alternatives. Obviously, the rehabilitation on custodial is something that we really focus on. We talked about rehab for quite a few hours yesterday. So I certainly want to make sure that these positions, if added, will be able to provide that, and want your comments on it.
Yeah, as you hopefully are aware, that I am very much made rehabilitation a priority, operational priority for our organization. To do that successfully, we have to have the staff to implement, design, and architect moving forward. We do a great job, and the Public Safety Justice Committee tomorrow will hear about the College Collaborative that we have going, as well as some of the programs. But to build that out from the moment an individual comes into the justice system to the time they get released, and then to connect them with the services and everything else to continue those programs that they may have began while incarcerated, really takes a position that can really be the architect for success. And that's really why we're asking for that. We did ask for that program, a rehabilitation director. The accelerating the extra positions that we asked under that umbrella would really be our phase one to start building it out to where we want it to be in the years to come.
My understanding in the budget right now, Dr. Smith, that's not a position that is currently to be funded. Am I correct?
That's true. The rehabilitation director position was in our priority one request, but it is not in the current.
That's the one that
was my motion that you
Susan just
seconded.
talked
Exactly. So I think that's what we're going to go push forward to make sure that it would absolutely happen based on this motion. So thank you for clarification. And then last question I have is on the PIO one for the senior communications officer that you asked for as well. Communications, of course, is very important. How are we doing, and is this position absolutely necessary for you to get the word out?
I believe it is, and especially during this transition in the upcoming years, it's no secret that this organization has been under a cloud of controversy for many years. They're doing an amazing amount of incredible work that I think needs to be highlighted, and we need to really be more transparent in how we operate, what we're doing, both good and bad. And I think that requires somebody with the skill set and the experience in communication. Right now, we have one individual within the organization, which is really unheard of for an organization our size, who does all our public information outreach. And the communication director would really organize and orchestrate the communication, both internally and externally, for the organization.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair, for all that. That's all the questions I have.
Supervisor Semidian.
I have no questions, but I have opinions. So,
Glad we're clear.
and I'm going to share what I'll call a sort of a general overview on these budgeting items in significant measure so that the new sheriff understands where one member of the board is coming from, and so the administration, as you work to craft a budget, understands where one member is coming from. On the issue of mandatory overtime, I want to express the concern that I've been expressing for 10 years. And Sheriff, you had no reason to be in the room over these past 10 years or to tune in remotely. But what happened, and your team will tell you this happened, is that year after year after year, I would express concern about mandatory overtime. Year after year after year, your predecessor assured us that the solution was just around the corner, and by God, we had a great academy coming our way. And then year after year after year, the problem was not solved. And I'm turning now to Dr. Smith for a fact check. Year after year after year, that meant that we not only had to allocate significant funds for overtime at the beginning of the budget process, but that as the year progressed, overtime came in at higher than predicted rates, which meant we had to have either mid-year or end-of-year supplements, which were substantial, as in the many, 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 many millions. Dr. Smith, am I remembering this correctly?
Yes.
And so here's what I'd like to say, just so I'm not misunderstood. I think there is a place for overtime. I think there is a place for overtime in the organization and in the thoughtful administration of the overtime. I also think that for people who want to access the overtime within reason, key phrase, within reason, it's a totally legitimate way for folks to bring home a little bit more in their paycheck. That being said, mandatory overtime has historically been burdensome in too many instances. And basically what I want to say to you as the independently elected official that you are, which I recognize and respect, is that I don't think overtime should be used either to reward or punish favored employees in the organization. Now, I know you know that, so please don't take that as anything other than a need I have to communicate publicly that that is my view. Back to the issue of overtime, and so, Dr. Smith, what I would say as you and your team craft a budget, and I would, ask I thought the sheriff's response was a good one, which is, let's be mindful that the way to eliminate excessive overtime, different people have different views about what that is, but the way to eliminate excessive overtime is to fill the slots, full stop. And as I say, I've been carrying that banner, singing that song, preaching from that for 10 years, and we just haven't been there. And, you know, I'm hopeful and optimistic that somehow in the next couple of years, understanding how hard it is to fill the positions, which I do, that we'll make some progress. So that's what I want to say about mandatory overtime. On the issue of transparency, I'm going to be even less tactful, and that is to say to Dr. Smith and his budget team and to you, I think the sheriff makes a good point that if ever in the history of our nation and our county we needed more transparency around law enforcement, this is that moment in time. So let's try and find a way to ensure that that happens. I don't have a position about this particular code or position. I don't have a point of view about that. But I do think it is entirely legitimate to lean in and say, you know, if we're going to be transparent with 2 million people, we need someone to help us be transparent with 2 million people. That said, and this applies to all elected officials, so present company included, it's one thing to have a public information officer who is focused on being transparent and sharing the important work of the organization. It's another thing if that person or persons are engaged wholly in shameless self-promotion. Some of that goes with the territory in the world of electeds, but I would just exhort you and your organization, if and when you have the resources to do that work, to be mindful of that, because coming back and saying we want a position or we want the position to continue to be funded if it ever gets funded will be, I think, a more compelling argument if you can truly make the case that it has been used to share with the public the work of the organization. I was long ago and still remain an advocate for county counsel's office, which Mr. Williams will remember, to have some kind of public information function there, even though it is, you know, part of our larger organization, because I think that what happens in the organization needs to be shared with the broader public for a whole host of reasons. So I mostly just wanted to, and I see, Madam Chair, that the county executive would like to weigh in, and I just will say thank you for the opportunity to share those broadly described views.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I just wanted to set a little context about how we thought about the sheriff's budget and the sheriff's department. Sheriff Johnson inherited quite a troublesome situation in many, many different ways. We know that we do not have enough personnel to do both custody services and patrol services, and we also know that he has promoted and will continue to promote more training and more mindfulness and more support for the staff. And in the short period of time that he's been here, we've noticed remarkable improvement in the staff's approach to their job and their satisfaction with their work. However, we have a fundamental problem that we've gotten to a point where the number of actual deputies is so low that overtime is required, and we're recruiting as much as we can from the outside and from academies. But sadly, the emotions in the community have devalued our police and deputy staff, sheriff staff. So that's going to be very hard. So we in administration look forward to working with Sheriff Johnson to do whatever we can to fill those spots and support his efforts to change the culture in the organization, and we really thank him for everything he's done. When we looked at this budget, as Sheriff Johnson mentioned, he asked for a little bit more than what we thought we could actually afford, not more than he needed, but more than we could afford, more than we could actually anticipate being filled. but we're going to work closely to make sure that we can join with him to rebuild the department. And I also want to give a shout out to the employees in the department, both CPOA and DSA and all of the other staff, including 521 and everyone who works there. They're doing a great job and very difficult situation, and we realize it, and I've met with them and feel their pain, and we're going to do whatever we can to deal with that.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, for those words. And if I may, just for a very quick, I'd like to respond to Supervisor Samitian's desire for more information coming out of the Sheriff's Office. And what I wanted to just let you know, we will be presenting again to the Public Safety Justice Committee tomorrow our first 100 days report. We released it publicly on Friday. We literally just got the hard copies, which I will leave with the clerk so you can each have one, really outlining the progress we've made as a team over the first 100 days of the 100 years. I won't be here in 100 years, just for the record. But
Just feels that way, Sheriff. That's
my heart actually just dropped there. But anyway, it has been an amazing 100 days, and I do appreciate the teamwork involved in the work and the progress we've made so far. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. I wanted to just support the addition of that leadership position in the organization. And I also wanted to just to put on the record that when we started these meetings a couple of days ago, one of the first actions that you asked to be taken was an evaluation of the positions that were being put forth for elimination. And that request included asking our executive staff to meet with the department heads and I believe the unions to have discussions with them about the impacts of the positions that were being chosen. So I wanted to make sure we put that on the record, because what Dr. Smith replied to you, Supervisor Lee, is that any changes would require cuts in other places in the budget. And so two things. One, I think that's worth us perhaps having a discussion at some point before today ends, because my understanding is that we also have requested additional information to look at the various reserves in the organization, and we have not yet made a determination as to what we consider ongoing funding versus one-time funding. I don't think there's necessarily agreement from the policymakers with the staff. So I wanted to make sure that I both put that on the record, especially because we have additional folks here who've raised concerns about some of what's been put before us. So I wanted to weigh in on that position. And then I just had a brief, what I think is a brief question, and that is, as it relates to being able to coordinate with other departments, Sheriff, and I'm particularly thinking about that relative to your capacity to do analysis that allows you to partner, whether or not that's with the district attorney's office or nonprofit partners or other jurisdictions. How are you feeling about going into such a tremendous a time of change relative to your staffing with analysts?
Well, with analysts specifically, or just overall partnering with other agencies?
With the analyst positions, but if you have some thoughts, I would be interested in hearing both.
No, I actually think we're in a time in our profession where that's going to be really a requirement moving forward, is greater collaboration with our neighboring agencies, and that would include all our public safety partners. I think there's much, we could do so much more through collaboration, especially with analysts, because the issues that happen in one city or are unincorporated, or even if I'm being more specific with our contract cities, they actually impact everyone in the county. So I think it's very important to have accurate analysis of what's going on, how we're utilizing our resources to address the needs. I'm very much an advocate for partnering with some of the county task force that we have, and I think that's an area where we can utilize to be more effective in reducing crime in certain areas. So I think it's something we will be looking to do. We have been in conversation with a couple of our county partners to collaborate and really start going after grants more collaboratively as well. So we're not each individually competing against each other, but through numbers and collaboration, I think we'll have greater success in obtaining some of the funds that are out there to support our mission.
And I think there are two areas I just want to highlight, and I think that's both on gun safety, which I know has come up over and over again, and just how we're addressing theft. And the other thing I just want to add is that I hope one of the other partners you're thinking very seriously about is our nonprofit partners in the community that are very engaged in both reform and recognize the need for public safety in our communities and the evolving nature of it.
Thank you. We are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas has her virtual hand up, so I'm going to turn to her in just a moment, but I want to make an announcement that I'm not sure I made today, although it's the same pattern that we followed the last 2 days of the workshops. For each item number, we will hear public comment at the end of that number, meaning we're on 24 right now, we're going to hear ABC, et cetera, and then once we've heard the last item under 24, we'll take public comment, and my apologies for not mentioning that earlier. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I'm going to assume that you're listening and you can hear me, so I'm just going to continue with my comments and stop in case you say something to the contrary. Okay, so I also want to just thank the sheriff for his leadership, and even though it will not last for 100 years, the impact of your leadership today will create the kind of generational change that we hope will last more than 100 years. And so no pressure, but we expect a lot of great things from you. And so far, I think we are all very impressed. I had a question about the workstation improvements that are happening to the South County substation. And so what I wanted to know was, and to ensure that there's family-friendly environment, what kind of furnishings are we going to, or have you thought of that would allow for a warm and trauma-informed intake room?
Thank you for the question. Right now, the plan is to really just bring the workstations and work environment up to standard and really giving them the environment where that's conducive for their health and well-being and moving forward, especially due to the amount of hours. A lot of the requests that have come in is really just modernizing the equipment that in some areas is decades old. And to give you an example, the desks that go up and down, where many departments already have that, very few of our workforce has that type of office equipment. So it's really just bringing up the standards so that our employees can work efficiently and effectively. But I hear your comments, and I do agree it needs to also be inviting for community to come in. And again, some of our environments that we're working in are very dated. Even if you were to come into headquarters 5 months ago, I would say it's transformed quite a bit in really presenting an environment that's conducive for the well-being of everyone, including the workforce, the community that comes into that. And I would also say that's taking place in our correctional institutions, trying to create that environment where people feel it's good for their overall health, even if they are having to be there against their will at times. We want to create that environment for well-being. So.
Thank you for recognizing that, and I appreciate that. I think I've shared with you previously. I have a sister who is in law enforcement in Oakland, and previous to that was a probation officer, and actually a lot of folks from probation, I believe, know her, work with her through the city of San Jose. So I get that our law enforcement officers aren't as supported as we previously had been as a community. No fault of their own. There's just some folks that ruin their reputation, and so I think there's a lot of efforts that we need to take on our end to ensure that our employees feel fulfilled and happy and that are thriving, and so that they can conduct business to the best of their abilities. And so I completely get that. I also want to make sure that we are planning for the future and that when we talk about 100 years from now, that we are not 100 years behind. And so that our environment looks like a warm and inviting place, even if it isn't the best place for a person in the moment. But I think you recognize where I'm coming from, and as much as you're able to, I would ask for you to make those accommodations now rather than waiting another decade or whatever number of decades to catch up to having a trauma-informed intake area. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 24B. Supervisor Lee, I believe you were the first to request this, so why don't you go ahead? Oh, sorry, first to Greg.
And the next recommended budget is for the Department of Corrections, and the recommended appropriation is $284.2 million. It includes actions to add resources to increase support for the grievance unit, as well as analytical capabilities for that unit, to improve coordination of legal resources, augment main jail administration and supervision, supervisory coverage and booking, to ensure unity of command during non-business hours, and to enhance operational standards and the inspection unit. And it deletes vacant positions to address the structural deficit. Next slide, please. And so at this point, we're ready for questions for Department of Corrections.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. So there were a few levels of positions for the custody training that did not get included in this budget proposed. Could we get more information on this impact we'll have if there's a way to include even one position on the have response during the June budget hearings?
Sure, we can come back to it.
Okay. And then there's one crime analyst position that was listed as well, as this will support criminal investigation in the investigation unit. I think that's something that's important. I think Sheriff is nodding there, so same request if I can. Thank you. Jeff, thanks. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, do you have questions on this item? Supervisor Arenas, do you have questions on item B?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item 24C. This is the budget for the Office of the District Attorney. And who would like to take this one first? Supervisor Lee.
Let them present first.
Again, Greg.
The recommended budget for the Office of the District Attorney is an appropriation of $188 million. It includes actions to add resources for the South County Youth Task Force to respond to the domestic violence cases, resources to improve forensic analysis, and resources to improve response to forensic analysis of firearm evidence, as well as enhancements for the crime lab information management capability, and it deletes vacant positions to address the structural deficit. I see the District Attorney Rosen's here available for questions. Thank you.
Now, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, District Attorney Rosen. The CO's recommended budget does not address the requests on your office made for the sexual assault unit and the enhanced custody alternatives and mental health program, or they call CAMP, as well as the request for the body-worn cameras for all of the DA's office investigators to help improve transparency and safety for everyone. And there has been an increase in sexual assault reporting, which has required the need for more of these positions being added. So I would like to maybe get some opinion from District Attorney about the need for these positions and how that will affect your work.
Sure. Thank you very much, Supervisor Lee. Let me start with the last item you mentioned, the body-worn cameras, because I think it picks up on something that Supervisor Chavez asked the sheriff earlier about collaboration between agencies. I do think it's essential that investigators in the DA's office have body-worn cameras when they're going out and serving search warrants and doing other kinds of operations in the field. I think there may be a way for the DA's office to work with the sheriff's office in terms of purchasing additional body-worn cameras for the DA's office, because the sheriff has a contract where the sheriff is outfitting sheriff's deputies, and there may be a way for the DA investigators to save the county money by not starting a new RFP process separately, but working with the sheriff's office. So I'll certainly, I've talked with the sheriff about that, and we'll continue in that direction. In terms of the increase in sexual assault cases, yes, that's true. You know, we understand that the county is in a difficult budget situation, but our caseloads are extremely high on the sexual assault team, and the need for investigation is great. And if there's a way that the county can provide that, that would be that'd be wonderful. I mean, we really do need it. In terms of an attorney for our custody and mental health alternatives unit, we're in the process of working as hard as we can to move individuals who don't need to be incarcerated into mental health and other kinds of programs. And so that's why we started that unit in the DA's office, and we certainly would be appreciative of more staffing there. I say all those things recognizing that if the county is not able to provide those resources this year, you know, we'll do an excellent job with the resources that we have, and we'll do our very best. But we certainly could use assistance in those areas that you've outlined.
And are we, here's the question is, are we deleting any positions on those that are vacant right now, or are we just trying to add more new people coming on board?
We did have a request earlier from the county to delete vacant positions, and there are some vacant positions that we deleted, not an investigator for sexual assault, not an attorney for the CAMP team. That's what we call it, Custody Alternatives and Mental Health Programs team. The H is there, but it's silent. So we did delete some positions, but not those.
Not those. So I guess my question is, I would like to help you on getting those positions back, but the problem, of course, as you know, the budget is just so tight. So I'm going to ask if you might work with our county exec in the meantime before the June budget come in, if there's any way we could work something out to
Sure.
make it work. That would be my request.
I'm happy to work with Dr. Smith and with Budget Director Itaria to see what, if anything, we might be able to, when I say we, I mean collectively, the county and the DA's office, what we might be able to come up with.
Right, and as we all know that the the cameras, body-worn camera is something that's truly a big change on our safety and transparency, so I certainly advocate for that happening. So if you could please work with the sheriff's side, as you mentioned. That would
Yeah,
be
just
great.
to kind of elaborate what I meant, I wasn't trying to be cryptic there. I think that if the DA's office goes out and tries to buy 100 body-worn cameras, the price is going to be X for those. But the sheriff's office already has a contract where it's purchased several hundred cameras. And so I think in working with the sheriff's office, we might be able to buy additional cameras for the DA's office that would cost the DA's office and the county, 0.7X, or it would just be cheaper to do it that way. So we'll certainly look into that, and I agree that it's kind of a necessity, really, for anyone in law enforcement to have these now.
Yes, agreed. Thank you very much, and that's the question I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I do just want to follow up on the point that was raised about about how we address the increase in sexual assaults. And I wondered if you could just take a moment to talk a little bit about why there is an increased need for the DA's office to be leading in investigations relative to the abilities of our local police departments.
Well, one reason is there has been an increase in reporting of sexual assault cases, as well as in sexual assault cases that we're filing in the DA's office. anytime we file a case as serious and complex as a sexual assault case, there is always additional follow-up investigation that the DA's office does. The police agencies in our county do a very good job in their investigations, but there's always more investigation that we have to do. And so an increase in cases will necessitate more investigation by our investigators in these cases. We are working with vulnerable victims that we spend a lot of time with to establish trust with, often victims that are moving around and not necessarily easy to find. And so it's just filing the charge is just a moment in time in a sexual assault prosecution. The law enforcement agency will spend days or weeks working up a case to bring it to our office. And if we file the rape or the child molestation charges, we will then have that case for months or sometimes years. And once we have that case, all of the investigation really falls on our investigators. And so that's why we have the need for this.
You know, one concern that I also have is that with the constrained resources of our departments and their ability to hire folks, and frankly, we have so many people retiring that are moving over to you, that I worry that we don't have enough people on the ground doing these investigations, period. And when I look, and I've talked to some of the departments over their caseloads, they are dramatic. They're not small, and we really are trying to address these crimes more quickly. Let me also just add, just as a reminder to my colleagues, that with the advent of the Child Advocacy Center, we're also seeing a significant increase in the number of crimes being reported against children, both child abuse and sexual abuse. And I raise that because I want to weigh in also just to share with staff that as part of any motion here, that I'm very interested in us understanding how to fully address the investigation needs. The second thing that I'd like to request as an off-agenda report that I think in part would come from you, but in part comes from the Office of Gender-Based Violence, is that we don't have as high a percentage of advocates responding to calls for service right now, and I want to make sure that we understand what the challenge is between the advocates and our response times. That sort of falls in between the healthcare system, our hospital system, the Child Advocacy Center, and the adult system. So I'm kind of putting it here because I don't have another place to put that request.
And I would just add, Supervisor Chavez, that once the Child Advocacy Center was opened, we saw more than double the number of child molestation cases brought to our office, due in large part to the Child Advocacy Center. And you know, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Right? On the one hand, it's horrible to realize that more children are being victimized than we were aware of. On the other hand, we're able to address it where we weren't addressing it before, and helping the children and holding the perpetrators accountable, in part so that they don't victimize more children.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas, is your hand up for this item?
Her hand is not raised.
Okay, thank you. Item 24D is the recommended budget for the Office of the Public
I'm
Defender.
sorry, President Ellenberg, I apologize if my
Go right
hand is
ahead.
not raised. I thought I had raised it. I'm going to pick up from right where Supervisor Chavez left this conversation around the increase not only to domestic violence cases, but also in child abuse. And we know that the World Health Organization has already done plenty of research that shows us how vulnerable young women and girls are during pandemics. And so I don't know that we should be as surprised to see this huge uptick, of crimes. Rather, we should, and this is a question that I was asking my colleagues on as council is that we should have always a plan for when these kinds of crises happen, when we know that there's going to be an uptick in violence against young girls and women. How are we also increasing our resources to make sure that we support those who are in need? And I really like the idea of involving the Office of Gender-Based Violence to have maybe an aftercare report for the impact on young girls and women in relation to violence. We are seeing that uptick now because children weren't connected to an adult, or we were all isolated for a number of years. So that just created an increase. We saw as a city council member, I sat in the public safety committee, and at one point, crimes against children on the internet had risen by 300%. So we knew that this was coming, and I think some of our joint meetings, Supervisor Chavez, were part of the effort to recognize that there was going to be this aftermath to our community. And so now we need to make sure that we have resources that are connected to that aftermath. So I absolutely would encourage our county exec to connect with our DA and figure out how to make sure that we don't lose any resources that are already dedicated or need to be, or additional resources that need to be dedicated for those survivors that are now coming forward. One of my concerns is also with our youth, especially around South County, and I have to really thank you, District Attorney Rosen, for all of the really wonderful work that you've already invested in services that support survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence in general, especially in South County. And so I just want to make sure that I recognize that. And then the work that has been done through your office and through your leadership in South County. And it's just absolutely fabulous to see a strategic plan in place for South County to find ways in which we can strategically support our youth. One of those things is to bring in an analyst to the team for the policy team for the task force. So I'm asking our county exec to ensure that we continue to have the support systems to our South County Youth Task Force and ensure that we don't lose any resources, and that our district attorney doesn't have to be in a position where, where does he cut? South County can't take that risk anymore. And I just want to make sure that I put this into a context for my colleagues and for our community. My team ran some numbers on aggravated assaults in Gilroy and in other parts of the city. And when you control for population and the rate of assault in Gilroy, it really is just outrageous, even though there's been a lot of really great work so far. It's more than twice the rate of San Jose and 4 to 10 times the rate as any other city in the county. So for example, aggravated assaults are 10 times the rate of Palo Alto in South County, 5 times the rate of Sunnyvale, 7 times the rate of the city of Santa Clara. And it's so high, it's at the same rate as San Jose. If we took a look at the worst years of San Jose, that were in the 90s and 2000s, right when the Mayor's Gang Task Force, that I know has been renamed, but that's what was born out of that those really difficult times. And so I'm asking for some real new investments now, despite knowing how hard pressed we are to find funding. And so I'd love to hear from our county exec your level of commitment for our youth task force, our South County Youth Task Force, and the work that they've so far have achieved, and our efforts to maintain that.
That was for me.
It was indeed.
One and only. I know there's two Jeffs that could be directed to, but you're the first Jeff that I'd love to hear from.
Yeah. Well, we did work with the DA's office to make sure that the funding for the South County Youth Task Force was retained in the budget. And we are quite well aware of the significant benefit that they provide. So it's not going anywhere except
Wonderful.
South County.
I love it. I hope that I won't have to report any of these aggravated assault statistics in the future, and that for South County that things will look a lot better. But I know that can only happen when we provide the resources and the investments, and so I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. I think that was the only other thing. Supervisor Lee, you asked some of the questions around domestic violence and that response, and so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 24D is the recommended budget for the Office of the Public Defender. Greg.
Okay. Get our slide back up there. The recommended budget for the Office of Public Defender. It includes a total recommended appropriation of $88.6 million, and it has actions to add resources to the Alternative Defenders Office Felony Trial Team, the Public Defenders Felony Trial Unit, the Pre-Arraignment Representation and Review Team, as well as enhancing the internship program for the Felony Support Team. And it deletes vacant positions to address the structural deficit. Next slide, please. And I see that we have our public defender, Molly O'Neill, here to help with the questions.
Good afternoon. Pardon me, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, our public defender, I'm so sorry. Molly, could you talk just a little bit about the kind of general changes you're making relative to the pretrial team and what you're seeing as the outcomes of those?
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, Vice President Lee, and members of the board. Thank you for that question, Supervisor Chavez. Are you asking specifically about our early representation efforts? I'm going to hand that question, and may I please introduce Assistant Public Defender Charlie Hendrickson and Assistant Public Defender Sarah McCarthy. This is Charlie's area of oversight, so I will hand that question to him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. I think you know that we presented recently to the Reentry Committee on that, and our early representation team last year was able to engage 1,312 people prior to their arraignment and provide them the counseling and services that team provides, which is, robust services, engagement with them at the time of incarceration, but prior to arraignment, so we can prepare for arraignment, and then also prepare earlier for the preparation of their case. So it's essentially kind of, we call it front-loading or justice.
You know, if I could ask this question, I was interested in the structure of the team now relative to the folks who you're representing getting connected to services with this new method, and really curious about whether or not we've been doing it long enough to understand what the implications of it are in terms of the approach that's being taken.
As far as the connection of services, I don't think that we have the data yet to understand that linkage. We do have a dedicated social worker to the team, and the purpose of that person is to allow us to identify people with substance abuse issues, mental health issues, to then coordinate them with the social worker and get them access to the services that they need sooner in the process. So hopefully jump-starting that by, say, 30 to 60 days relative to the way we do it traditionally. I think we do partner with the California Policy Lab out of UC Berkeley to study the results of the program. Phase 1 of their study was completed, as we reported at the Reentry Committee recently. The results are positive with respect to the issues of pretrial release and days of incarceration. We're talking with them right now about a Phase 2 study that the team has kind of expanded, which would then put in other benchmarks. And one of them really is that connectivity to services. So we can understand, are people being linked to services earlier? And then what is the relative outcome to people from doing that?
So part of what's prompting the question is that as we're looking at cuts around the county, one of the concerns that I've been thinking about is the systems that were just brand new, that are relatively thin in terms of partnership, and not having those broken during this time as we're recognizing that we're going to have a tighter budget. And so I think that part of what I was trying to remind myself is whether or not there had already been a study attached to the second part of that, and how the partnerships between your office, SSA, probation, the healthcare system, and all that were working. Perhaps what, just for the purposes of today's discussion, if in fact, as you're moving forward, you have recommendations about those partner organizations also would be helpful. I don't want to put you on the spot today, but I would be interested in knowing that as we get closer to the final budget, if there's any action that you see that may impede your ability to continue to expand that pretrial work.
Thank you for that, and we'll take it under advisement.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions on 24D, Public Defender?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, I'm very glad to see that the recommendations for the additional staff to the PAR and felony teams, certainly there's a need to fully staff our public defense office in that regard. In particular, in this case, the public defense office has requested 10 FTE for the felony trial team, given the high number of felony cases and also the backlog at the court. Currently, CEO's recommendations is to fund only 5 of these positions. So I'm going to ask Molly, how are we going to do, is this something that you'll be able to handle, or could you come back to us later if those positions are filled to ask for more later?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Lee, and thank you for that question. You know, in truth, we did an analysis of our caseloads, and we were going to ask for 14 positions. I understand the budget is very tight this year, and we looked again, and we asked for 10. We will get the work done. We don't ask for things that we don't need, so we believed we needed that many. We will work with the 5 if those are recommended and approved by the board, and certainly come back to the board if our caseloads don't substantially reduce and we have an increased workload, which we've really seen nothing but an increased workload for a number of reasons, which we spelled out in our submission for the budget over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So I appreciate your asking about that, and we'll work with what the county can afford to give us. But again, we asked for 10 because we believed we needed the 10. And I have communicated this. I have had many discussions with Dr. Smith, including this morning, about our needs, and I think he has a good understanding of our office operations as well as our needs. So I appreciate that direct communication with him and with the board on these issues.
Right, as you can have heard from Dr. Smith and what we've been trying to do, we've been eliminating these vacant positions, and frankly, many of those vacant positions are not expected to be filled for a year. So obviously, those are reasonable to be eliminated. In this case, I would ask, let's work with the 5 we have on the budget, and if those were close to getting filled, please come back to us. Maybe we can add it up in mid-year or whenever down the road, but certainly just something that I would be very much interested to entertain because of the urgent need that you are facing, and you truly got my contention on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and if I could, through the chair, just one other comment, and I have communicated this to county executive staff as well as to OBA staff. We did ask for FTEs, not unclassified positions, and the recommended budget is for unclassified positions. I've had several conversations, and good ones, with Dr. Smith about this issue as well, but if we're to get 5, it would really help us to get permanent positions, because it's very hard to bring senior level attorneys in, usually from other offices across California, if we can't promise them long-term employment.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
So to that end, then we want to ask for these to be classified positions as part of this action?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to then,
Add it to the motion.
I just can't remember who seconded and firsted it, so I wanted to make sure it was in there. Thank you.
You made the motion.
I made the motion, and
I seconded it.
Lee seconded it.
So we're adding the 5 classified, thank
Right.
you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Item E, does Supervisor Rennes have her hand up, or you'll just let me know, Peggy?
I will, and notice she does not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item E is the Office of Pretrial Services.
The recommended budget for the Office of Pretrial Services is a total appropriation of $19.7 million. It includes actions to add resources to enhance administrative support and expand support for the criminal justice information control. It also includes an AB 109 investment to sustain the reforms and success that they've had in decreasing jail population through pretrial services. Next slide, please. And at this point, I see Matt is here to help with questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking down the line for lights.
Thank you. I asked for this, and I want to thank you for the really incredible work that you've been doing and moving so quickly. One request or question that I have is, of the staff that you have, and this actually speaks to the point that the public defender just raised, I'm concerned that you have extra help versus permanent coded staff. And I don't know what that percentage is. Could you share that with us?
Of course. The extra help staff that we have are taking into account the fact that we will not always have a backlog of cases, and we're working very closely with the court through Casey Halcon and Greta Hansen to get the case flow and caseload to be more manageable. Outside of that, so we have 2 requests today. One is for 2 justice system clerks. Those are classified positions, not extra help. The CJIC team that does the data entry for all 33 criminal court departments, that is in support of the court, immediate relief, continuity of operations, and also to help TSS with some technological advances. And so it's appropriate that those positions be unclassified for now, as we don't know what needs await us.
So what I would like to get, but before we come back as part of an off-agenda report, is all of your staff outlined as to whether or not they're classified or permanent.
Sure.
And then if you could highlight those staff which you anticipate you won't need relative to a backlog, over what period of time you think that's the case. And the reason I'm asking the question is that if in fact we continue with the reforms that we're making, my expectation is that your caseload is, I haven't seen a dip in your caseload at all. And so, in fact, it appears that it's either going up on occasion or stabilizing. So I'm concerned that we may lose good, experienced people that you have on your team that we actually really need as a core component to the reform directions that we're going in, and that we're going to lose them. So that's why I'm asking for that information prior to us taking final action, which may, colleagues, the reason I'm interested in is understanding whether or not we need to transition those positions into classified positions, and then making sure that there are opportunities for the folks doing that good work that are performing to be able to be eligible for those positions, if that could be included as part of the motion.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. I think with that report, which we're happy to provide, we'll also lay out which positions are funded by the pretrial expansion funds, SB 129, which is another consideration.
That's actually a really excellent point. And then the other thing I'll just say, I was thinking about this morning, is that with so much of the change in state law, really devolving responsibility to our local public safety and justice system overall, that's a really important issue for us to be tracking, because as we're advocating at a state level, you're right that we need to make sure we're being really rigorous relative to what the state should be investing in local jurisdictions to do the work that the state was doing. And by the way, that's why your rehab officer is so critical, because people are staying with us so much longer than they were in the past. And I think that's, just to put an emphasis on both of these components. Thank you.
Thank you. And agreed with your choice of words of devolving. More and more is coming back to local government, sometimes mandated, but often not funded. So thank you for those comments. No one requested item F, but nonetheless, Greg, I did want to flag a concern on that. So why don't you go through F for us as well, please?
Okay. For the recommended budget for the justice system-wide costs is in a base budget of $4.6 million, in addition of for total recommended appropriation of $50 million, and it does add resources to support many of their contracted services. And at this point, I can help with questions that you may have.
Thanks. And the reentry folks might want to hang for a minute, because on this item, I just want to flag a concern that administration is funding the Office of Diversion and Reentry Services ongoing service contracts with one-time funds. The office made a request for $5.9 million. I see $4 million of it was funded. And I've learned from my staff's communications, Greg, with your office, that what appears to be a nearly $2 million gap in funding ongoing services is intended to be made up with unspent funds, and I want to ensure that there actually is indeed enough that can be rolled over to cover this amount, such that we're not reducing any critical reentry services. And what I'd like to ask for, and I'll add this to the motion, is please for an off-agenda report before the final budget that illustrates how this gap will be made up and provides options for the Office of Diversion and Reentry Services contracts to be funded with ongoing rather than one-time funds, or an explanation for why it's impossible to make it a base budget allocation.
Absolutely. We'll get that report to you. There's quite a bit of detail to that, but we'll make sure that's in the report.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Item 20. Sorry?
You made a motion, so I just made a second.
Oh, it's the initial motion that you seconded.
Okay,
We're still,
that's right.
yes,
Yeah,
and you're
that
right.
was
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have comments as well on 24F, or are you ready to go to 24G?
I'm ready for move. I don't have any questions.
All right, 24G is the budget for the probation department.
Okay. The total recommended appropriation for the probation department is $223.5 million. Actions include the recognition of the expiration of the pivot grant, and it deletes the vacant positions to address the structural deficit. And at this point, I see we have the Chief Probation Officer here to assist with questions.
Excellent, thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, thank you. I want to highlight that the probation department did make several requests for additional resources, and certainly resources are very much needed. For instance, based on the survey presented in the budget on page 50 of the document, and 362 of the PDF document, youths are actually reporting that the units are less clean today than they were back in 2019. And this is just one of many examples of needed resources. In other areas, the trend is upwards, and we need to keep it that way. Taking away needed resources certainly threatens to decrease the success rates of this program. Funding probation helps support rehabilitation and certainly cost-effective alternative to incarceration. This department does a lot for adults and youths, and it is for this reason that I would like to ask that we take another look at the 23 deleted positions and consider adding some core resources to help this department to provide a needed service to the clients. I know we made this request on the very first day during the FGOC meeting about all the deleted positions. I just want to reiterate the concern under this department here. And Dr. Smith, if you have any comments on that?
As I understand it, you're asking for this to be included in our report coming back to the board?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas has her hand up.
I'd actually just like to underline what Supervisor Lee has just said. When we talk about prevention, especially around gun violence, and we see how important having different efforts all take place, and some that Supervisor Lee and Chavez have made, and so I'm really grateful that the Pivot program continues to be funded and will continue to be funded. We know that there's already a lot of disproportional rates that are consistently showing our youth of color that have been arrested and detained and just going down that process. And so I'm really glad for this investment. And I would love to see what that, if we can reinstate some of those deleted positions that Supervisor Lee has just mentioned. The probation department is one of the best ways that we can get our youth back on track, as well as our adults. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on this item?
I just have a quick question.
Please.
And I apologize, I left my book, so that's perfect. Thanks, Jack. Is on these, just to make sure I understand, are these counselors, these group counselors, are they all at one location? And is that at the ranch? Where are they?
Good afternoon. Nick Burchard, Chief Probation Officer. Here with me today is our Executive Administrative Services Officer, John Tran, and Assistant Chief Mike Sims. Through the chair, yes, the group counselors are at Juvenile Hall and probation counselors are at the James Ranch. That distinction.
And I'm asking this question in a different way, and it's something that we've discussed for different departments at different times. But I'm wondering, again, with changes in state law, how we think we're going to be able to support young people coming back, and what are the implications of these positions relative to, frankly, to the trends we see?
So yes, realignment, juvenile realignment is definitely impacting not just this county, but all counties across the state. We do have an expected 15 to 17 youth returning into custody before July 1st, and the number of youth who will be released into the community with our supervision.
Well, colleagues, the only point I wanted to raise here is that we have youth that are coming back, some that are in the community that have a higher need than I think we've even been providing, that we provide now. And so I just want to reiterate my concerns that Supervisor Lee raised. And then the other thought that I have, as the staff come back and report back on what positions, after they've talked to the staff, that they would be considering, I'm very interested in understanding if there are departments that we need to be doing an overstrength in them, because we can't safely have a gap in service. And that's what I worry about, especially for youth that are in our custodial care, that we don't have gaps in service. I mean, gaps in, yeah. And this goes back to the point, I think, Dr. Smith, that you raised, which I think is a really important one, about how we want to address, you know, overtime long-term, because these are already jobs that are stressful, and we're trying to take a look at how to make them, you know, how to really help folks in a really often dangerous situations. And by dangerous, I don't just mean, I mean emotionally, I mean all the things that young people are experiencing, and our staff are trying to assist them to getting them back out into the community, back with their families. So I just want to reinforce my support, Otto, for what you raised, and ask for staff in an off agenda to help us understand trends and what the coverage is, what the lack of coverage would be, and what that means for overtime, and whether or not, I will ask directly Dr. Smith and our administrative staff, if this is an area where we might want to overstrength so that we don't have gaps in the services that young people need as part of the motion.
That's fine. All right, we're moving to item 24H, which is the final item under 24. So anyone wishing to speak on public comment on item 24, which is the budget for the Public Safety and Justice Departments, should either be handing in a yellow card or raising their virtual Zoom hand now. Remember, this is only for comments on PSJC departments. 24H is the recommended budget for the medical examiner-coroner, and Greg.
Yep, the recommended appropriation for medical examiner-coroner is $10.5 million. It includes the addition of resources to improve investigations, efficiencies, and services. And I see Dr. Jordan's here to assist with questions from the board.
Supervisor Simidian.
Well, Dr. Jordan, the other Supervisor Simidian.
Or the blonde Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. He just did this to me. So Dr. Jordan, I just have a very quick question. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how the positions concretely will impact the timeline for notification for families.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Supervisor Chavez, for the question. So right now, the medical examiner-coroner office is requesting 2 additional investigators. As you're aware, our investigative staff are pretty much our front line when they're responding to scenes. In addition to investigating and assisting the assistant medical examiners with the circumstances surrounding the death, they are also responsible for legal next of kin notification and positive identification. So adding the 2 additional investigative staff would actually allow us to increase or actually decrease the turnaround time for legal next of kin notification and ID confirmation.
And Dr. Jordan, do you have the technology you need to also assist in those processes so that they're more quick? I mean, and I say that just because with technology, I mean, with communication moving so fast, families are being communicated to through the press instead of the office. I mean, I know that doesn't happen with every case, but I'm just want to make sure you have the staff and the tools you need to make sure you can make those identifications quickly.
Yes, thank you. So in our office, the 2 predominant modes of identification is through visual identification, in which we actually make outreach to the family. And the second modality is scientific identification through fingerprint comparison. So we have a very good collaboration with the Sheriff's Office, their ID unit, so they assist us greatly with those endeavors. But by adding additional staff, the reason why we're making this request is the fact that our caseloads have increased compared to pre-pandemic levels. But having the additional staff would allow us to more expeditiously make notification with legal next of kin as well as positive identification. So this would all assist our investigative staff with these responsibilities of our office.
Thank you.
The first Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I was just trying to respect the order. I saw the lights go on, Madam Chair.
Appreciate
I
it.
didn't mean
Thank
to
you both.
gum up the works.
Absolutely.
Dr. Smith, if I remember, we had some administrative changes some years back that brought the medical examiner-coroner under, is it your supervision?
Yes.
Thank you. I have expressed at prior budget hearings my concerns with the department, and I will just reiterate that those concerns remain, and more than that I will not say by virtue of the fact that we have, as I understand it, either pending or threatened litigation. Thank you.
All right. Peggy, do we have speakers from the public wishing to address us on this item?
Yes, we have 5 speakers in chambers, and we currently have 4 virtual speakers.
Okay, so hoping that if 5 is not the final number, that's totally fine, but get the yellow cards in very promptly before the first speaker begins. And for Zoom folks, if you don't already have your virtual hand raised, please do so before the first speaker on Zoom begins.
Our first speaker in chambers is Nydia Smith, and following her is Dolores Morales.
Hello, I'm Nydia Smith, President of Local 1587. Again, we are against the deletion of 18 vacant codes for probation officers and counselors who provide direct services to the residents of Santa Clara County. Probation is the alternative to incarceration, and 1587 is as diverse as the clients and victims we serve, and the importance of representation cannot be overestimated when providing direct services. Please consider the impact of deleting positions that provide direct services and a safety net for clients, families, and victims. We ask that you invest in the continued exemplary custodial care and rehabilitative services we provide to our clients as they transition back into the community. Please do not delete codes when we currently do not have enough peace officers to safely run our facilities without daily mandatory overtime. It is our hope the needs of the community is prioritized in this budget, and it is our assertion that Local 1587 is doing the work and meeting the diverse needs of the Santa Clara County residents. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dolores Morales.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, Supervisors. My name is Dolores Morales. I serve as President of SEMA. When the county is faced with challenges, our leaders have been creative and innovative. In this journey, I'm here to respectfully ask for our administration to work with our departments and our unions on a realistic reduction plan, allowing us to serve our community. Please do not eliminate, thank you. Please do not eliminate positions that are reimbursed, generate revenue, or have a significant impact on operations. Consider adding positions for which the county received realignment funds. An example is SB 823, Supervisor Chavez, which we were referring to. The county was tasked to take DJJ youth back from the state, and the departments need adequate staffing and object to expenditures that will not impact the general fund. I look forward to working with you on a practical solution to serve our community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Morelia Loevano.
Good afternoon. My name is Morelia Loevano.
If you can use the podium itself, you don't need to use the microphone.
Okay.
It's built into it.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Right here, right in this area, that's the speaker.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Nerves got to me. Good afternoon. My name is Morelia Loevano. I'm a senior paralegal at the DA's office. I'm also a member of 521. I come before you to speak on my employment as a paralegal and as a clerical support for the DA's office, and how the budget would impact the services that our office provides. I am part of the camp unit, which is 3 paralegals. My position, however, is fully funded by the AB 145 grant. However, because we do not have one of the positions filled, we are stretched thin, and which it seems to be a common factor that we see in agencies across the board in the county. In my department, we really would like to see positions filled. The amount of time that it takes for background checks when positions either retire or vacate, it takes approximately about 4 months. Employees really suffer when there's vacancies, and it's crucial work that we do. Board of Supervisors, I come before you humbly, asking for your support as we negotiate our contract, for you guys to be mindful and compensate 521 members for the service that they provide. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker in chambers is Winston.
If you could call the remaining speakers so that they can be lined up and ready to go, that would be great.
And the final speaker in chambers will be Jennifer Salaya.
Community, conversation, inclusion, and action is prevention, or measures to prevention, and access to conversations. So, Dr. Smith, I invite you to have a conversation with me. My name is Winston Ashby. I am a Santa Clara County resident since 1980. And if you want to have a conversation on the perception of law enforcement here, I am willing to have a conversation with you and Mr. Rosen as well. And I communicated that to him as well. And I'll talk to you about my experience. I'll talk to you about my son's experience and my experience in supporting my sons and kids that look like him. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jennifer Salaya, and we do have one additional speaker in chambers who will be next, Richard Shavara.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors. I just wanted to touch a little bit about what Ms. Supervisor Chavez talked about on the, I think it's Probation Department budget for the youth. And I just want to say that I agree. There is a major lack of services for our youth. And as the CEO of New Beginnings Family Services, we're finding that we are servicing the needs of the youth and the community that is not getting those services provided to them for the youth that are incarcerated or integrating back into the community. And so we're finding a much larger increase of services that we have to provide. So when you're considering the budget, I just like for that to be considered as far as the lack of services, because probation is supposed to offer the services that community-based organizations like ourselves have to step in and provide those services for not only the parents, but also for the youth. And there's just a huge hidden crisis and the need for that. So just thought I'd throw that out there. Thank you.
And the final speaker in chambers is Richard Shavira.
I'm here as a resident, and my questions are, how are these cuts going to affect my community? It's bad enough that I hear every day violence, kids, adults, without a certain department to back us up, to show services, and with you cutting them, where are these people going to go? Not too long ago, there were shootings at Yerba Buena High School, a stabbing at Yerba Buena High School within a couple weeks. What are we going to do about it? If we don't have services for them, what's going to happen to our community? I'm also going to ask you this question. How many cuts are you guys going to take? We're going to get hit with a lot. What about you? And the other question is, what is the total budget that the county has on the reserves and the full general fund? I would like to know how much money there is. There it is. Thank you.
Thank you. A reminder to folks joining us on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on item 24, which is the county's Public Safety and Justice Department budget proposals, please raise your virtual hand now. When the first speaker begins speaking, we'll close the queue. And Peggy, how many speakers do we have now?
We currently have 4.
Excellent. So give that a second or two, and when holding at 4, please close the queue and invite the first person.
One moment. We seem to have settled on 5. The first speaker is Catalyst SV. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. Catalyst SV, if you can accept the unmute. We will go to the next speaker, Paul Soto. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. In 2012, there was a case, Plata versus Brown, and it was this, Justice Anthony Kennedy was the deciding vote. And they had determined that it was cruel and unusual punishment to place someone inside of a California prison institution. I was in prison at that time. And you see a very significant paradigm shift. That's what instituted AB 109. And so we're 10 years from that particular point. We have gone a long, long way. And I will admit that, and I will acknowledge that gladly, that we have come a long way from a very punitive perspective, a very, denigrating, name calling. These are wasted people. These are worthless human beings. Lock them up, throw away the key, to where we are now. Now, rhetorically, we've gotten there, and resourcefully, we have advanced and improved. But in order for the rhetoric to match the goal, they have to be resourced. I totally support what the viejo was saying a little while ago, is that we want to materialize these goals of rehabilitation, of really just creating a society that challenges the citizen, that you violated certain moral and ethical and legal codes in our community, but you're not a waste of time. When you come back to the community, we're going to absorb you into the community, and we're going to have expectations of you, and we will support you in your endeavors. And so in that vein, I would like to support the probation department, because I can tell you, for one thing, the probation department has been very instrumental in assisting me in that reentry.
The next speaker is Rocio Molina. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello, board. Hello, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Rocio Molina here with Catalyst SV. I first off would love to thank Supervisor Arenas for her comments in relation to the need for youth leadership and youth engagement services. It is definitely something that we would love to echo here today, in particular to how it relates to safety and the feeling of safety that some of our communities are lacking. In recent months, we've heard from youth that the lack of walkable communities, the lack of infrastructure in their neighborhoods to really support their safe coming and going from school or coming and going from home has really deterred them from being active and safe in their neighborhoods. We have found that there's a great need for leadership training and leadership opportunities for youth, in particular for them to provide insight and input to how the infrastructure and housing is developed in our region. They will face the brunt of a lot of the climate change impacts that are happening in our communities and deserve an opportunity to engage with the topic. We have applied to the probation department's RFP for leadership engagement services in the NSU neighborhoods. We are happy to congratulate those agencies that were awarded for that program and look forward to more opportunities to apply and hopefully engage with the probation department. But as we've seen during this budget season, there seems to be significant cuts in some of these service areas. So we definitely hope that we can identify some more funding to continue to support and grow these opportunities for our youth. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dilza Gonzalez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ilsa Gonzalez. I'm a community member, and I actually had to raise my hand on public comment, but my name was never called. I just want to ensure that you all know that we do have Spanish speakers in this meeting, and unfortunately, there's no translation, especially with important topics that are being brought in today. So I would recommend if you could please get somebody that speaks Spanish so we could get that translation needed for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have Spanish translation available for Spanish speakers who want to address the board. There's a translator standing by who can translate either Spanish or Vietnamese to English for the board and the public's broader understanding. You're correct that we don't have full mutual translation services yet, but we are working on it. Thank you.
And going back one second time for Catalyze SV. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. And they are not responding, so that concludes speakers.
Okay. We are going now to item 25 after we go to Supervisor Lee.
Thank you very much. This is a question really for Dr. Smith to see if you could help on this one. With the hundreds, if not thousands of vacancies that needs to be filled, it really pains me to know that we have vacancies that are actually grant funded, that those services are actually going to be paid for, but we are not able to hire enough people to do those work. So we're actually losing these funds every day when these positions aren't filled. And certainly those desperately need service are not being served. So my question here today is there any way we could make those grant-funded positions a higher priority in the ESA process, or whether there might be a possibility of having some strategy to get those positions filled first, like offering a hiring bonus specifically for the grant-funded positions to attract more applicants? So I just want to ask, as a strategy, what can we do to hire more people? Because besides the limiting position and budget we're talking about, it really highlights to me in the last 3 days that one of the biggest problems, we just can't fill the positions. That's the real issue.
Yeah, the hiring process.
It looks, before you respond, it looked like County Council was leaning in there. I just want to make sure we're okay. This is tied to a budget item because we're in between items right now.
Well, I was going to make a substantive response after the county executive, but I assume
Then
it's
it's
tied to.
obviously all good.
Is it part of the conversation with respect to the last series of items? But
Excellent, thank you.
So to answer the question directly, the hiring happens at the department level by the managers, the appointing authority. ESA merely implements the testing and ranking positions. So for classifications or positions in a classification that are potentially funded, if filled by grant funding, it's up to the departments to set those priorities. And as far as I'm aware, all the departments have focused on that to a great extent. As was pointed out, you know, there's no funding unless there's a person there. And the departments are very anxious to make sure they have staff. So you will notice, you know, particularly like in the DA's office, many of the positions that they request are potentially grant funded. Same thing with public health, the same thing with social services. And when we look from an administrative perspective at how we can save general fund, we try to exclude the grant funded positions. However, there is a decision made at the department level as to which positions will be grant funded. So we have to work with the department to assure that, and that's what we're in the process of doing.
So in that case, is it possible for you to maybe get us a report back what exactly strategies we could use in the future so that we give a not something a priority, but I just really want to see there's more we could push on, because in terms of dollar for dollar, if we don't fill a position, the money is still there for our budget, right? That at least it can get carried over. For grant funded for positions, we don't fill that position, that money's gone,
Right.
if I understand correctly.
Well, it doesn't come, but yeah, we could give you a report back.
And
James, do you
perhaps I
wanna
can
add?
make a kind of related point, which I think is really salient, which is that within any given classification, the department has discretion on assignments. So if you have, take the district attorney's office, for example, the district attorney has discretion on assignments between attorneys. And can choose to assign folks to work that may be grant reimbursable or choose to assign folks to work that may not be. And those are decisions that are made at the department level. So it's not as much a question of recruitment, but a question of assignment. And those, those are decisions that are made by the departments. So I think it's, the best way to look at that would be to track kind of the drawdown against grants by departments, but that's not something that can be centrally controlled through recruitment per se.
Is this something that we track then?
I know the revenues are certainly tracked.
Yeah, certainly the revenues are tracked. And also just to add some sense of proportion of the county's approximately $10 billion in revenue, only about a quarter of that's discretionary, which means 3/4 of it are federal, state grants and allocations and fee and reimbursement services. And that's probably an approximate appropriation for a relationship, a ratio for staff. So probably about 3/4 of the staff are already state and federally granted. So
Right.
if we're going to talk about prioritizing them, you're talking about prioritizing the vast majority of the recruitment.
Gotcha.
So it's
That doesn't make
to some
sense.
degree, yeah. I don't know if you'd have to get much more distinct to say these particular grants we want to prioritize. Otherwise, I don't know if it's substantive. If that helps with some context.
No, that helps a lot.
I
Now-
think we also should point out, although we talk about grant-funded positions, the grant is not linked to a particular position, it's linked to a particular service.
program.
And that particular person in that particular position provides that particular service. So reassignments, as James brought up, can bring down more money by reassigning someone who's working on a general fund project to a grant project, and the grant is not attached to the specific position. It's attached to the service.
So is there a mechanism from your office that you actually track which one could potentially be moving over so we could encourage the managers to do that?
We don't track all of the grants, but we can certainly come back to you with suggestions of how we could improve the function.
Absolutely.
We rely upon the departments to make sure that they make wise decisions about how they use their staff.
Right, and basically it's free money that we could be getting if we just make some
Right,
paperwork shuffle, sounds like.
right.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, item 25 is the Hewlett.
Apologies for the interruption. We do need a vote.
You are correct, we sure do. Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Sabidian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
And President Ellenberg.
Yes. Okay, now, item 25 is the recommended budget for Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation Committee. There are 5, 6, 7, C, D, A through G sections of this budget. And why don't I go down the row and let me know which, if any, if all, if none, you'd like to hear. Supervisor Lee.
25B, please.
B. Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Chavez.
B and D.
And D. Supervisor Arenas.
G, please.
G. So Supervisor Simidian, we have B, D, and G. Is there anything in addition?
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. That covers my interest areas as well.
All right, thank you very much. And again, for members of the public, we'll take public comment on any of the items A through G in budget number 25 at the end of the board's discussion. So I will go first to Greg, and we will begin with item 25B, which is the recommended budget for Parks and Rec.
And Supervisor, I'm sorry, this is Cindy. I made a mistake. I actually wanted to keep consumer and environmental protection, which is
Not a problem.
C. Thank you.
C. Absolutely fine. Okay, so we'll begin with B. Greg, the recommended budget for Parks and Rec.
Okay, the recommended appropriation for the Parks and Recreation Department is a total appropriation of $102.3 million. It includes the actions to add resources to continue the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, to enhance marketing outreach, purchase of fixed assets, enhancing operations and field sports park staffing, as well as supporting their capital improvements. It does reimburse the reimbursement for the Sheriff's Parks Unit. Next slide, please. And at this point, I see Director Roches here to help with questions of the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez?
Thank you. And I want to, I was intrigued that all of the presentations we've had, that this was one of the first I saw that called out inclusion and diversity as a core component. And I'm wondering, and I don't know if this is an appropriate question for you or actually for administration, if there are some departments that are moving forward faster and that's why, or I just was curious about why this particular entity.
The different departments are dealing with equity and inclusion issues in different ways. Many of them have already started it, so the funding for those efforts is in the base budget. Some have taken people that were doing other activities and transferred their responsibilities, so that would show up in the base budget. In this situation, Parks is calling that out. All of the departments could have called it out, but they just didn't happen to.
That may be something, as we think about the strategic plan, President Ellenberg, that we want to think through a little bit, because they did do a really nice write-up in the document as well, but it seemed odd to me that it was, so singularly pulled out here and not in other areas, especially areas that are also customer-facing, which is everything we do. So there you go. Here's my second question is this, and this is really one, I don't know if, Mr. Rocha, if you can respond to this, but, I've been very interested in how well, actually, Dawn, I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm going to come back to the dais here. I'm very interested in how we're preparing for emerging activities. One would be Reed Hillview, which we'll talk about in a little bit, but the other is certainly the fairgrounds. And I don't see any indication here of what kind of opportunities there will be there, even though we've been discussing this as a board and put some goals in place a number of years ago relative to the fairgrounds. And Dawn, I'm not picking on you because looking over here.
You want me to answer that?
Or I can answer it.
Well, I think the main issue is once we get a project, then we modify the budget. And at this point, we're still working on developing the details of the multiple budget or projects, as you're aware, with the earthquakes and with the cricket and with San Jose and others. So it didn't show up in this budget because it won't get spent in this year.
Well, one question that I would have is maybe this is best done in an off-agenda report for the fairgrounds projects, and that is I would be interested in the lead department, a work plan, and a timeline, at least at a high level, prior to us taking final vote on the budget. Because since the time that the board took its visioning action, I think But, you know, my concern is by the time we move forward, there will be no board members that were here when we took those actions. And I'm also concerned that we've gone through maybe 6 budgets now since the time the board gave broad direction on the fairgrounds without action on it. So I will go ahead and make a motion for this section that includes an off-agenda report prior to the June final budget vote in June that has the staff responsible for the implementation of the fairgrounds programming, a timeline, and the lead from each department, along with a broad work plan with high-level deadlines as to when we're moving forward. I need a second.
I will second it.
Thank you. And then back to Don, to your team. I am very interested in wondering, or if you could give us any projections at all about the impacts of the state budget on directions that you were looking at or investments that you were looking at for the expansion of our park system and the preservation of the preservation, frankly, of ag land, and whether or not you see that as something that will be an area that you can play a leadership role in, or if you feel like what's happening at the state eliminates those opportunities.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I do see the leveraging and the partnerships that we've been pursuing with the Habitat Agency and others to be able to preserve landscapes and working with our partners at Post and Open Space Authority and others. I think that will continue and strengthen over time. And I do think that there's opportunities with other funding opportunities. I do think that with some of the state budget limitations, that may have an impact, but we've been doing a really good job of prioritizing and working together with our partners to prioritize, key areas and being able to target those and leverage within, locally within, so that we can make sure that we're preserving the critical landscapes and areas that are threatened.
Do you have, at the state level, do you feel like you have the support to be able to access grants as they do become available?
Yeah, we do have a team that helps. We've actually expanded it. We used to have one person assigned, and we've kind of expanded that throughout our management analysts so that we can provide support for one another, so that we can seek more grants and leverage more funding by seeking additional grants.
And then my last question, and I don't know if there's a way that we are able to quantify this, but I know that high-speed rail's been on the move and off the move, and I just wonder if through the Habitat Conservation Plan partnership, you anticipate revenue that you will be able to access, and that maybe you can't put in the budget because it's not drawn down yet, but that you're planning to be able to draw down for any large projects, and again, in our partnership with the Habitat Conservation Plan.
Yeah, it's hard to identify those. We will continue to work with the Habitat Agency and others to figure out, as we move forward. We have had with discussions with the high-speed rail and what those impacts to park charter lands will be, and looking at how do we mitigate and work with the high-speed rail and others within our jurisdictions. But working regionally, I think continuing those conversations with the Habitat Agency, Post, and others, and internal to the county, will continue those conversations.
What I was wondering is, I'm thinking about Valley Water, Caltrain, high-speed rail is one. There are other large developments that are being considered that may trigger opportunities. And I guess what I would just be interested in understanding is, as you see those coming down the pike, if any of them seem more emergent or more real, I would just like to make sure that at least the department, the committee that addresses planning gets some updates from you. And part of the reason is that we all get visited from folks as they're thinking about what they want to do, and I want to keep sending them back to you, but they are going through the Habitat Conservation Plan group, which makes sense, but I just don't know how that filters out through you, and as resources become more rare, I want to make sure we're positioned well to draw those down.
Okay. Yeah, we can. We can discuss that further, and I can get back to you on that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I add a little bit to that? The question you asked about the state monies, you focused primarily on our partners. I think it also, the budget at the state level and the economy will affect the park charter collections, which is really just a percentage of our general fund that's devoted to the park department. And right now, the park charter fund is pretty much all spoken for. It's divided into two parts. One is purchase and one is maintenance. And we already have limitations on what can be expended. So I expect further limitations so that our partnership with other agencies will be limited financially.
And I think, Dr. Smith, that's a really, really important point, and I'm glad you raised it, because you're right, I was thinking externally, and I also think that one of the issues that will have to be considered in a little more detail is, as we're acquiring properties, and I hope in an opportunistic way, to be able to do land preservation, really thinking more realistically about longer-term horizons as to when those properties will be available to the public, because I do think that's where we have some pressure, and I also think, and we want to do right by the residents and also not miss opportunities to protect land. And part of the reason I was asking this question was that there's some opportunities relative to ag land that I think are important and that are going to be both part of state policy and also federal policy as part of the Buy American, that I just don't see how that's honestly come through the agricultural sector in the way that I anticipated it would, that I thought would create more resources for us at a local level. That's part of the reason I was asking the question about where we're positioned and how. So thank you for reminding me.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Let me get back to parks. So first of all, thanks so much for the report and the changes here. Don, a couple of questions. I normally don't go into the details, but like, for example, in the interpretive program on the fixed assets, there's a purchase, for example, of a van for $220,000. Is it a multiple vans, or is it just a very specialized van? That's why it costs so much.
It's a specialized van for bringing into the communities, and so we could bring our interpretive programs into communities, especially those underserved.
Okay, so I just want to make sure this is not a typo. And then the other questions I have is regarding the positions being eliminated as opposed to help out on the vacancies, because 20 FTE positions being deleted is very significant, and that I believe is something that was called the sheriff's office vacancies as well. How is that going to impact the Parks Department, and are those being covered by our park rangers?
You're asking specifically about the sheriff's office positions?
Right. Those were the reduced reimbursement for sheriff's office park units that was mentioned there as well.
Yeah, through the president, I may be able to help with this one. This is Greg Ituria, County Budget Director. Yeah, this is an offset to kind of the other side of some of the at least tentatively identified positions for deletion in the sheriff's budget. Of course, we're working with the sheriff's department to look at alternatives for that as well, which could affect that. I think it's probably best if we provide an off-agenda report that explains the nuances there, if that helps regarding the relationship between the sheriff's budget and any reimbursement related to out of the Parks Fund.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. That's helpful. And finally, I just want to mention that in the report you have $500,000 for the park Wi-Fi installation, investigating and plan for development of Wi-Fi in public use areas and park facilities. I was initially very excited seeing that, because certainly I've been to parks and see the lack of Wi-Fi in many places. So I'm glad it's happening, but I was actually misread as like we're going to do it, but in this case we're planning to do it, which is good. We need to do that, but certainly if we could do that quicker and let us know how much it will cost to make that happen, I certainly would love to support this for our park users.
Yes, absolutely. And this is a continuation of work we've already done. So a lot of the places that have easier access have been completed. It's really getting into more remote areas, which is more difficult, which is the
Exactly.
planning function.
Right, exactly. Thank you very much, Ray. That's all I have. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Item 25C is a recommended budget for the Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency. And Supervisor Chavez, that was your pull as well?
Yes, thank you. And very simply, I just wanted to ask that we get from staff an off-agenda report on the nonprofit partners they're partnering with that do animal neutering and spay, neutering and spaying. Is that the right word? Spaying. And also just the volunteer component of the work that you're doing. That would be helpful to understand. I apologize I didn't ask that earlier. Thank you.
Will do, Supervisor.
Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you very much. So let's see, I think we have dealt with B, we have dealt with C. I think we're now in 5D, yeah,
Vice
roads and
Chair?
airports. Right, roads and airports, thank you.
But Vice Chair, I raised my hand.
Oh,
my
I'm so
virtual
sorry, I did
hand.
not see your hand, my bad. Okay, so we're back to 25C, still on Consumer Environmental Protection Agency. Go ahead, Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. My concern is around what I heard at Hewlett and what I'm hearing now or seeing now in our budget are two different things. I thought we were going to get the support that the San Martin Animal Services Center actually needed. We talked about how volunteers are kind of doing their part to make sure that our animals are spayed and neutered. Yet there's a very limited access to services because of the limitation in staffing. And so in this budget, we have 3 additions, and that's part-time animal services assistant and 1 full-time registered veterinarian technician. But we're also deleting 2 FTE positions. So when we do the equation here, we're only adding 0.5 FTE positions. And like I said, San Martin Animal Services Center is now operating at 150% of capacity. So I'm unsure why we are adding 3 part-time animal services assistants when 4 full-time animal assistants were originally requested.
Thank you for the question. Lisa Jenkins, Program Manager.
You need your microphone, please.
Do I have it on? Okay, there we go. Sorry.
Thank you.
Lisa Jenkins, Program Manager for Animal Services here. So because of our increased intake, we're actually just shifting the needs currently. One of the positions that we're eliminating was a position that did not provide direct support for animal services. The other position is an animal control officer position, which has been vacant already for an extensive period of time. So we know that we can already meet the field services needs with our current staffing levels there.
You can meet the services need with the current positions that you have available. But what I hear from volunteers in South County is that they're actually doing a lot of that field work where they're bringing in folks, especially from our unhoused community. Otherwise, the unhoused community will not seek spade or neutering services for their pets.
So just for clarification, our current field services only serves the unincorporated areas of the county. The cities of Morgan Hill and Gilroy contract for sheltering services only. So our field services are just unincorporated areas. And we have, I think, provided an excellent level of service there.
I don't doubt that service is excellent. What I doubt is that it may be enough. And our unhoused are in, lots of times, they're in unincorporated areas in South County as there's vast land. And this is where they have a lot of pets. And so before this, the animals go crazy here, we want to make sure that we support your center so that you can sort of support our animals. With the 3 part-time animal services assistants, will you be able to provide more spade and neutering? What is the increase in capacity with having those assistants, and why part-time?
So the animal services assistant positions and the registered veterinary technician positions are simply to provide care for the increase of animals that we're seeing come into the shelter. We had a 25% increase in 2022 over 2021, and the animals are staying longer, adding to kind of the bottleneck that we have in the system. And so right now we're shifting just to meet those very basic needs in a time where we're not asking for as much as we potentially could with this budget, but just what we need to meet those very basic needs right now.
So we're at the basic need level for care of those animals, and are we increasing at all the spade and neutering?
So we've had 2 part-time veterinarian positions that have been vacant for quite some time and have been very difficult to fill. And so once we fill those positions, we anticipate that we'll be able to increase spay-neuter capacity.
From what I understand, this industry is hurting really terribly for vets. Is there any opportunity for us to provide a bonus or any kind of benefit so that vets can come in? Because if you're saying this is a really long-term vacancy, I'm not sure that we're going to get vets out into South County when there's other urban areas that are that we're competing against.
ESA already did complete 1 salary study and increase the compensation for that position. We have still been unsuccessful, and there may be additional salary studies underway.
I don't know if the salary study, well, obviously 1 salary study can help guide and keep us competitive, but the other piece is also a sign-on bonus. I'm wondering for our county exec, is this something that we can work with? If there's already these 2 vacancies for part-time vets, how can we make this these positions more attractive?
I think would be best if we gave you an off agenda going through the entire issue. It's not just financing that makes it difficult. It's the issue that basically we have a limited scope of practice that's required in order to meet our animal shelter needs, and in regular practice they would have much more to do and expand their skills. So few people with veterinary training will desire to have a limited practice. And the other thing is that they can make quite a bit more money specializing in particular fields like ocular animal care or specialty surgery, and we don't need those things, so that's not a area where we can attract people. But we'll give you an off agenda.
Wonderful. I'd love to request that and be part of the motion for that off agenda, and potentially reviewing those 2 part-time vet positions to see if it makes more sense to have it as 1. I also think in order to attract and be competitive. It's a lot to ask of a veterinarian to do part-time work, especially in a part of our county that is far away from our city center. But hopefully we can get somebody there, because I see this as a cycle. We will have more, if we don't spay and neuter, we'll have more animals. And if we have more animals, there'll be more, we won't be able to even meet the basic needs of caring for the current animals that we have. But I know that you will all understand this. And so I look forward to that report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now looking at item 25D, which is the recommended budget for roads and airports. I'll look to Greg first.
Okay. And there you go. The recommended budget for the roads department is a total appropriation of $84.3 million. Includes the addition of resources for additional road material to enhance the infrastructure development division and to implement their capital projects. Next slide. And for the airports, it's total appropriation of $6.7 million. Adds resources for the purchase of unleaded jet fuel, purchase of 2 trucks for airport operations, and implements their capital projects. The next slide, please. And for County Sanitation District, the recommended appropriation is $7.2 million, and that's to maintain the current level of services through next fiscal year. And at this point, I see we have the director here to help with questions.
Thank you very much. Any of my colleagues? Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to first, I was taking a look at page 513 in the budget, and it got me remembering that we have some Measure B funds to improve our expressways. And so what I was wondering is, are those funds reflected in this budget already? You're not turned, your mic's not on.
Yeah, good afternoon. Harry Freitas. I'm the director of the Roads and Airports Department. Yeah, in response to your question, the allocation of the Measure B funds that have been coming from the VTA to the local agencies for their various categories. Sorry, I'm looking through.
Yeah,
here
I know,
to
this
see
is such
who-
a weird spot. Go ahead. Yeah.
You know, the VTA has been operating on a biannual budget. They allocated $50 million to the expressway program 2 years ago. We're negotiating the next draw for that, and we've built the first 5 or 6 projects on our priority list. The next tranche of projects would be funded out of the next funding cycle. And I think you're aware that the VTA has decided not to borrow against future revenue from the Measure B program, and they're operating it pretty much as a pay-as-you-go basis. But there's a lot of issues with oversubscription of certain categories, and the VTA board, I think you were on the board, obviously dealt with some of those issues. So we're continuing to work with the VTA staff on the next allocation of funding. The total amount of funding for the expressway program in the Measure B program is $750 million.
Yes, what would be helpful, Harry, to get is before, again, before the June budget, would be just an update from VTA as to the expectations of resources available. And while VTA has been, concerned about how they're using money relative to bonding, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's how the county has to respond to how money is available from them. And so I'm interested in timing from them, and really appreciate sitting on both boards. Anyway, so I'm interested in after you meet with them, their perspective on timing for the expressway pot, and specifically if there are recommendations of changes of the partnership between the county and VTA that you want to recommend. I'd be interested in what those recommendations are. Sitting on the board, I know Supervisor Lee's probably interested too, so we can make sure that we're advocating appropriately on that board.
So you would like a report from this administration, not from the VTA?
Right, I'm interested in what do you want from VTA, so that we know what we should be advocating for. And I'm both interested in that relative to the expressway projects, and also in Measure B, there were some projects that were along Alum Rock, some that were trails, but some that are right along the Alum Rock in the unincorporated areas. So I'd be interested in getting an update on that.
We can report on that.
That'd be great.
We'll report on that as well. Yeah,
Because I don't see that in the list of projects.
The Trails program was competitive, and the VTA's allocated a lot of the Trails money. We did submit for Alum Rock, and we didn't prevail on that. So the Trails money, I don't know that it's all been allocated. Local Streets and Roads is another category that we receive funding for. That's received by formula. And then the technology, the ITS component of Measure B is another component that we receive money on. We'll provide an off-agenda report on the 4 categories of funding that we receive or that we're eligible for from the VTA.
And then also on Alum Rock, what was applied for and when, and that way I can follow up on on that side of it. So thank you very much. That's super helpful. And then that would bring me to my last question, which if on the roadway money, it is formulaic, right? I mean on the highway, I mean not highway, on
LSR?
the what's that?
LSR,
Yes.
Local Streets and Roads.
Mhm.
Okay, that's formula.
And what amount do we receive annually from that?
I don't have that completely at my fingertips.
If you could include that as well, and part of the reason I was asking about that is as I was looking at the acquisition of additional road material, it just got me thinking a little bit about what's available from VTA and how they're making that available, in part because of the way they are addressing money and lowering how much they're borrowing. It does seem in some categories that they should have more money now, and I'm just wondering where it is relative to what you need.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions on 25D? If not, we're moving to 25G, which is the recommended budget for South Santa Clara County Fire District. Greg, thank you, everyone.
Right, the base budget for current level services for South Santa Clara Fire Protection District is $9 million. However, we are preparing recommended budget augmentations to be brought to the board in June as revisions to that. Also, we have an additional 2 slides that were requested by the board on Monday of this workshop. And Dr. Smith, did you want to start with this?
Yeah, I'll start with this. We have the first slide. There was a request for more information about the financial status and operations for a South County fire. Just for the public to understand exactly what's going on here. South County Fire District is a district that has the Board of Supervisors as their board of directors and has had that for many years. They generate revenue from taxes in the district. Right now, their estimated revenues for last year were $8,585,000. For this upcoming year, it'll be about $8,974,000. Each year, we contract with CAL FIRE to actually provide the personnel that provide the services. The contracts are coming up, and actually the board will be seeing those contracts for approval on the 16th, which is next Tuesday. Historically, our spend from the district funding for the CAL FIRE services has been about 72% of what's contracted, and approximately 80% of all expenditures go to the contract for personnel. The district is managed by CAL FIRE with a CAL FIRE chief, and we do not manage it directly and do not have a finance manager in the district. The expectation is that based on the current usage, after the board placed $1.5 million into the budget for subsidy for the district for this year, that they will be able to continue with their current spend until the end of next year. The actual costs, as I mentioned, are always lower than what the anticipated costs are intentionally. Next. So we were asked to come up with ideas about how we could stabilize the finances in the district. I will say that none of these are great ideas. One is that we've recommended a fee-for-service model for the first responder EMS responses, which is legal and able to be done. This would account for the fact that many of the EMS responses are to the 101 freeway and have to do with people passing through the district rather than people who are paying taxes in the district. Obviously, another option is a bond measure in order to support service levels. There's been lots of discussion at this board in previous years about that fact and how there's anticipated to be a negative vote if that was to happen because of the population being quite small. There is the possibility of cost sharing with neighboring cities because CAL FIRE does provide services, is contracted to provide services for those cities. The other issue that is worthy of consideration is looking at our Williamson Act contracts, which are contracts with property owners that allow them to pay less property tax because of their agricultural use. Obviously, that would cause political tsunami. We're exploring other options to try to look at fire services that could be augmented or revenue that could be augmented, I should say. And so those are the kinds of things that we've been thinking about. This has been a problem that's been ongoing for 10 years. No great solution at this point. But we will continue to look into it and come back to the board after budget to give you further ideas. And we have the fire chief here to talk to you about the budget allocations if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Smith? Yes.
Good afternoon,
Good
President Ellenberg and, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, Board of Supervisors, County Exec, and the citizens of Santa Clara. My name is George Wong. I serve as a unit chief for CAL FIRE overseeing Santa Clara County, as well as the fire chief for Morgan Hill City and South Santa Clara County Fire District. We met before virtually, so I appreciate the actual in-person appearance now, so I appreciate it. I thank the opportunity to speak to the President and as well as to be able to shed some light to where we are today with South Santa Clara County Fire District. Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors and Santa Clara County has been in cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE for the South County for 42 years. We enjoy the services, we enjoy the community, we are your fire department. We represent Santa Clara County. South Santa Clara County Fire District is a dependent fire district as in cooperative agreement for CAL FIRE. You've heard, we've said this a few times already. All dollars and funding that comes from Santa Clara County and go directly to the South Santa Clara County Fire District. It does not come from CAL FIRE, et cetera. So all the funds from the district is tracked and is paid for directly to the fire department. Where we are today, I ask that we do not point fingers, that this is not no one's direct fault, especially not the residents nor any previous supervisor's fault regarding the lack of funding for the fire district. But the facts have been identified for many years now. Thank you, Dr. Smith, for identifying that. We have a 5-year financial plan published in 2021 that's available online, a management audit completed in 2019, and a standards of coverage in 2019. We've dissected every question asked by the Board of Supervisors with factual information returned. But as Supervisor Arenas stated on day one of the budget workshop, this can has been kicked down the road for quite some time. And unfortunately, this is reality. The facts moving forward, if we approve the 2-year cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE, this will allow adequate time for an appropriate plan to ensure no break in services for the residents of South County. But the facts are, on 7/1/2024, the district will have roughly $264,000 left on its account. On 7/1/2025, the district will have a $4.1 million shortage. On 7/1/2026, we will have a $8.5 million shortage for the district. And that's not even enough to cover the staffing for the fire district. As Dr. Smith stated on the first day, we keep delaying capital projects for the fire stations, vehicle replacement, et cetera. This affects morale and as well as day-to-day business as firefighters. It's unfortunate that we have laws in place and limitations are in effect that restrict increases in taxes and funding. But at the end of the day, South County is your county fire department. CAL FIRE is in cooperative agreement and offer excellent services for residents as we do in 115 other cities and counties throughout the state. An example might not be aware, San Diego County is in cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE, staffing 35 fire stations with 42 communities, as well as Riverside County, where we staff 91 fire stations and 18 cities within Riverside County. I would like to send my appreciation to Deputy County Executive and staff and OBA's office for continued support. And I want to personally say thank you to Supervisor Arenas for touring, supporting, and understanding the complexities of the fire service. And as we move forward, however the support can be made, just know that any funds that the plans that we come up with go directly to the South Santa Clara County Fire District, which is your fire department as we speak as a whole as Santa Clara County residents. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas has her hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Huang, for detailing that out, and Dr. Smith for sharing some of those very creative ideas on how to really close the gap on this issue that has been plaguing the county for the last 10 years. And I think it's going to take not only some creativity, but political will for us to actually do something about this. I'm not willing to kick any can any further, especially when it has to do with public safety. We talked about earlier how important public safety is to us. And so I think we need to show that with a commitment. Next Tuesday, we're going to hear about some of the costs from the new contract between South County Fire District and CAL FIRE, and what that's going to mean for the district. And we'll, as you've already heard, we're going to completely run out of money. And I think we'll be left with, Captain, you said $264,000 by the end of next fiscal year. So we pretty much know where we're going with this. It's not like this is going to be a surprise. I need for everybody, for my colleagues, in the same way that I've been supporting your ask for your districts, I ask you that you do the same for mine, especially knowing that this particular part of the county, we can't gather additional revenue with the current structure that we have. It just isn't possible. And so we need to not only continue to have our communities be safe, but we also need to make sure that there's the capital needs that we know exist to address those, and urgently. I've seen the roof of a station that is starting to collapse. And if any of you had this particular problem in your district, there would be an upheaval. They have aging fire engines. I don't need to tell you all of the things I think you all know. And so knowing what you know, I hope that you can, like I said, support my district, because you're not just voted in by your constituents, but you also have a responsibility to the rest of the county. And so at the end of the day, we need to pay the bills. We're legally obligated to do that. And so what I'm going to add to this motion is to direct the administration to return in the June revised budget with a fully funded and comprehensive short-term plan to fund the South County Fire District through the 2 years of the CAL FIRE contract, with sufficient funds for the previously presented urgent capital investments and enough funding to ensure the district can pay its operating expenses through the next 2 years. And so I will need that. I'm not sure who has a motion on the floor at this point.
Do we have a motion for 25?
We do. Supervisor Chavez was the mover, and Supervisor Vice President Lee seconded the motion.
Then I will look to them to see if they want to include that. Yes. Got a yes.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate, colleagues, you've dealt with this issue previous to me being here representing our district. And so I really appreciate all the work that you've done. And thank you for accepting my motion.
Supervisor Simidian.
Supervisor, well, the maker, the maker again of the motion, the principal motion is who?
Me. Supervisor Chavez.
Supervisor Chavez, and the seconder is Supervisor Lee, and the person actually weighing in on this topic is Supervisor Arenas. But I guess I would just indicate that.
Can we do a separate motion?
No, I think what I'd like to say is that something that I don't think has come up before. It's a relatively modest amount of money, but and I'm referencing this because I think it was before at least a couple of our board members were members of the board. I think it was back in 2020. There was a $600,000 plus loan to the district, I believe for capital purposes, to be paid off over 10 years plus interest. The interest was pretty modest, and that's been maybe a couple of years. I don't know whether it's a year or two at this point that's actually been paid. But that means there's a $500,000 debt out there that could, as a sort of a short-term fix to Supervisor Arenas' very compelling statement, which I'm sympathetic to, be considered. A loan forgiveness is what I'm talking about. It's I don't think it has a significant impact on our county because it's an annual payment, but for a smaller agency like the South County District, it would perhaps allow some book balancing that otherwise might be more challenging. I'm not sure it's a good idea. I'm not proposing it. I'm just asking in this setting, Dr. Smith, if you could take a look at that among the strategies that you and your team will consider in responding to the request made by Supervisor Arenas and incorporated into the motion by the maker and the seconder.
Sure, we'll look into that. And I should have been clear that from our projection, the fire district will stay solvent for the next fiscal year. So if the motion is to look into the year after that, remember the board has already committed $1.5 million of general fund for that year, and we will continue to do that. And we'll give you a report back about what we think will be necessary.
Thank you. Through the chair, Dr. Smith, and I mean this respectfully to all parties, it sounded to me like the CAL FIRE representative had a slightly different take on what the numbers looked like than you did. Did I grasp that correctly, or did I miss something there?
I don't think they do.
All right, well, if we could clarify that, because I'm going to tease you both a little. If you listen to the CAL FIRE representative, financially speaking, it's apocalypse now. If you listen to our Dr. Smith, it's don't worry, be happy. We're in pretty good shape, actually, in terms of how the funding works for the next couple of years.
Well, that's not quite what I said. I said it'll, at the current rate of spend, we'll make it through next year, this fiscal year. It's not worry, be happy, but.
Okay. I think that's, let me rephrase that if it makes it easier. I certainly thought the tone of the comments was very different in terms of what level of concern we as a board should feel about the financial viability in the pretty near term, meaning the next couple of years, for South County. And I just think to the extent that there are differences of opinion either about numbers or about whether the numbers do or don't represent a threat financially or otherwise, I'd like to make sure that that gets wrestled to the ground so that we're not starting from scratch with that conversation when we get to June. And I think that's all the maker and the seconder and the supervisor were really asking. But I was, maybe I heard it more starkly than it was presented, but I heard what sounded to me like pretty different points of view. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Smith. And thank you, CAL FIRE.
Supervisor Chavez?
Thank you. So I'm very supportive of the motion, and I know there are many pieces to it. Peg, I'll work with you. One request that I had is you all are considering the financial options, and I know this has been a work in progress, but one is I am interested in understanding whether or not there's a way for us to have a shared understanding of the finances of all of the districts that we're responsible for. And I ask that because I think the points that were raised by the chief, and at different times, the Los Altos Fire has had a different perspective on financing, and then, we have our own fire department. Our county fire. And I just wonder, have we thought about administratively having the fire budgets be reviewed internally, meaning by one shared lens? Because I agree with Supervisor Simidian. I do think we are viewing the problem differently. And as an example, I'll just use this one. When we were talking about South County Fire earlier, we had an audit that was done that demonstrated that we perhaps were also subsidizing Morgan Hills Fire Department. And so again, I don't know the most appropriate arbiter of those kinds of issues, but I think as we take a look at the investments we want to make, I think that should be considered. And the other reason I'm raising it is that we still have, it's rained so much that I think we forget how crispy our hills get, and I'm really concerned about it. And we have some part of that area that is uncovered unless there's an emergency, and then it ends up being the state. Anyway, I just think our overall fire structure needs to be really thoughtfully invested in, and with some shared agreement about revenues and expenditures.
Let me try to answer some of that. Since the Board of Supervisors is the Board of Directors for all three county districts, you certainly have the authority to ask us to staff an individual who can manage on a day-to-day basis finances along with the chief. Up to now, the decision by the board has been to have the chiefs of the districts do that management, functioning as chief executive officers of the districts. We as county employees really only get involved during the budget season where we, make sure that all of the numbers add up and everything is correct. But that's not on the ground on a day-to-day basis. So you certainly could do that if you'd like.
I think it's worth, when the plan comes back, that you bring forward that as an addition and explain what the opportunities may be in terms of more shared language. Because, colleagues, one thing that I'll just point out longer term is that the necessary increase in collaboration between all of our departments, I think they do a fine job when there's an emergency. There's no disagreement there, but I think on everything from how we're dealing with vegetation, dealing with fire prevention, the shared investment, which I'd like to see us do more of in equipment with cross-training, I think that is really kind of the future of where the system is going to need to go. And I know, if I'm remembering correctly and kind of painfully, is LAFCO still doing an
Yes.
What's the ETA on their, is it an audit technically?
Fire service audit. It's
Thank
been a
you.
couple of years.
I don't know what the ETA is.
Because I don't know if this is also something being considered by that audit. I just haven't been following it. Looking at Joe's face, he has been following it. But I would be really interested in understanding what the opportunities may be there.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Supervisor Arenas and then to Supervisor Smidian.
I really appreciate the conversation. I think it's interesting proposal, Supervisor Chavez. I think we do need to be creative about how we start looking at some of the way that we've structured our fire districts, or the way that they've been structured. I wanted to clarify from the earlier comments, there's two things that I've asked for. One is a short-term plan to address two things, and that is, one, the operations, for enough funding to cover their operations for the next 2 years. And then the other piece is to cover the capital investments. This is some of the urgent capital investments that we've just have left to the side. So those are the two things. I think this is where the difference may be in terms of the numbers. And if I could ask Chief Wong, if you could, and I know this is coming to us next week, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but just so that we understand some of the numbers that you went over, Chief, if you could please let us know how to distinguish between those capital investments and then the operating expenses.
Absolutely, Supervisor. So to clarify, I know that there was numbers confusion, but on the same page with Dr. Smith, when we hit June of this year, June 30th and July 1 of this year, we're going to be okay. It's going to be $3.1 million still in the account. So it's okay. Moving forward, as the 2-year contract goes forward for the following year, that's when the revenues are going to be dwindled down. Even with the $6.6 million coming in each year from taxes, impact fees, et cetera, the operating funds is $11 million. So you're still short. So I would almost say that the 4.5 that was allocated by the agreement with the Board of Supervisors last year, that should have been to capture the aging 2 fire engines, 2 water tenders, infrastructure for the entire one of the fire stations, the only one fire station that the county actually owns. So that 4.5 should have been for capital outlay covering everything. But when it was broken down to 1.5 million after each year, unfortunately, that's fine. It's counted into the contract, but now we're continuing to do what we did 3 years ago, which is delay purchasing an engine. Engines right now are 2-3 years out, just nationwide. So, and with the capital outlay with the actual fire station, out of the 4 fire stations, only 1 is owned by the county. And I wish that that fire station would have been in that capital outlay somehow or another 40 years ago as the county moved forward. But it never was. It never has been. It's always been in the district's financial standards. So every time we delay that, Supervisor Reynolds, back to your question is, The 1.5 each year is supposed to cover the fire engine and the operating costs for the district. But we're going to delay some of it because we have to wait another year before we can utilize another 1.5. Regardless, starting next year, we're still going to be down to $264,000 for the district.
Through the chair.
Oh, one second. So,
Let's
I'm
have-
sorry, Supervisor, before there's any interjections. I want to just clarify that last year, and thank all of you who obviously were serving last year, that you addressed some of this need for the South County Fire District, but it just wasn't enough. I think if it would have been just like how Chief just finished saying, if it was $4.5 million each year, which I think was the intention, the fire district would be fine. But now it's spread, the 4.5 is spread over 3 years, so it's $1.5 million over a 3-year term. And the 2-year contract is coming up with CAL FIRE. So this is where we find ourselves in a bind, and not immediately, but we will soon enough, like the chief said, in 1 year. So I'm going to go back to my direction to ask county exec to revise that budget and fully fund to have a fully funded plan and a comprehensive short-term plan to fund both the 2 years of the CAL FIRE contract with sufficient funds for urgent capital investments and enough funding to ensure the district can pay its operating expenses. Just want to make, for the next 2 years, want to make it really clear that that was part of the motion. Thank you.
Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. I just want to clarify through Dr. Smith, the CAL FIRE chief is the proper title. I just want to make sure I respect your title. The chief's representing the board's action, never mind what it could have been, should have been, might have been, would better have been, but the board's action, as I recall, was not specific to capital expenditure. It was $1.5 million a year for 3 years on program, but I may be remembering it wrong.
The action from the board didn't specify exactly what it was to be spent on. It was $1.5 million a year for 3 years.
Yeah, thank you.
I think just to try to get some clarity here, where we're getting into trouble, I think, is that the 5-year plan, which the chief commented about, never came to the Board of Supervisors for approval. It was recommended by the commission. It includes a lot of expenses that are capital expenses. Now the board's being asked to use general fund in order to subsidize those. We don't have $4.5 million of general fund per year to do that.
That said, two observations, one of which is actually a request, which is we have a public safety sales tax on the books as a result of a vote of the people of California, and I believe that public safety sales tax has been used either primarily or exclusively for, in our county, for the sheriff's department and the district attorney's office, but not for fire as it routinely is in other counties. So I would specifically request that the potential for some support to the South County District using those funds, which were approved by the voters for that purpose, be part of the report back, Madam Chair. And I'm hoping that you and Supervisor Chavez, excuse me, I'm not done yet.
Okay, when you get done,
I'm not done yet, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Chavez, Supervisor Lee, can we get that incorporated, or are you willing to take a look at that as well? At least get a report back?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, there is somebody.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah, I'm sorry.
There's a state proposition that has sales tax revenue. I see the chief nodding because the chief knows this. The sales
We
tax.
have used it for public safety, yeah.
We've never used it for fire, but just because that's not been our custom and practice. But there's nothing that precludes us from doing that. And I suspect that I'm going to hear in a minute that that has general fund impacts, which I certainly understand. But the way other counties deal with this challenge is they use the public safety sales tax for public safety, which includes fire districts. So I'd just like to hear back. I anticipate a not very enthusiastic hear back because that's what we've heard previously, but I'm hoping that we can at least have the conversation. So I think that, Madam Chair, that's incorporated.
I'm fine with that.
As well. And the other thing, Supervisor Chavez, I would say is when we had the kerfuffle back in 2020 about our fire districts, we all agreed, I think, or at least 4-1. I think then Supervisor Cortese may have been in a different place, that we would commission these two studies, one from our own organization and one from LAFCO. So, I'm very sympathetic, as I say, to Supervisor Arenas' request that we, and the chiefs, that we sort of figure out what we're doing for at least the next couple of years, but it would be premature to be redesigning the whole set of relationships. I'm hoping that that's not what you're suggesting.
I'm absolutely not suggesting that.
Okay.
But I think just on the finance side, I think let me just say this. I remember that painful discussion, and I think it was probably one of the most, unfortunately, I think, important conflicts that I've seen the board have. And I would certainly say that part of the reason for that is that the research and the work that has been started, I feel like maybe multiple times throughout LAFCO's history, has just never been completed, and we've never really wrestled it to the ground. I do think that, so I think I would also be interested in just getting an update on where those studies are, because I haven't heard about them for a really long time. In fact, and that's how long ago it was that you would think that would have been seared in my mind from that experience. All that said, I think that what I'm just really interested in is us having one voice on our behalf to help us understand the costs and the implications for all the districts that we're responsible for. That's really what but I agree with you. I think those other studies are really important. So I would include in the motion the timing of the studies and also the opportunity for having a third party that reports to us on the health and vitality of the finances of each of our districts.
Thank you for that clarification, immensely helpful.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith?
And thanks for the reminder.
Just to be clear, so that everybody understands, the current budget and budget for a number of years has used public safety sales tax for sheriffs and other public safety issues. So if we divert that, that means we'll cut money out of the sheriff's department.
Madam Chair?
I was absorbing that and thinking, yes, Supervisor Simitian.
For the record, I believe that is an inaccurate statement. It might mean that rather than, quote, cut the sheriff's department, that the general fund is called upon to fund some portion of the sheriff's budget. Is that not an accurate recasting of the same information, Dr. Smith?
If we had general fund left over, yes.
I'll take the yes. Thank you. And
it all has to add up.
thank you.
May I just add one thing? I think, one reason I just want to appreciate the point is that the board has had a particular way that we've approached a pot of money, and the ability to more robustly think about that resource as a public safety resource is something that I don't think is going to be remedied necessarily in this budget cycle. But what I really appreciate about Supervisor Simitian raising this is at that time when we were having the discussions in 2020, that was an issue that was raised so that in fact we would have a steady stream of revenue. I don't know how steady that stream is, how much we use, or even where it's embedded in the budget. So this is actually not a new request, but one that should be raised as part of this budget process. And again, not necessarily to resolve this year's budget cycle, but long-term, so that we're right-sizing the approach we're taking for revenues that we're getting from other sources. Thank you.
Thank you all. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We have no speakers in chambers, but we currently have 3 virtual speakers.
Okay, let me issue the reminder first that if there are additional speakers on Zoom who are intending to speak on item 25, which is any of the budget items that fall under the Hewlett Committee, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. When the first speaker begins speaking, the queue will close.
And we currently have 4 speakers. This first speaker is Don. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. You'll have 2 minutes. Don, if you can accept the unmute. We will come back to him. The next speaker is Gustavo Flores. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. And your mic is open. We are not hearing you, however. Are you maybe muted on your end? We will come back. The next speaker is Paul Soto. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. I'd like to address something that Supervisor Chavez has stated in the beginning with respect to Parks and Recreation and the diversity inclusion element as a part of that budgetary process, but not others. What I have seen, and this is the reason why I keep pushing for the racial equity definition, not the mission statement one, not the aspiration, but the definition, is because what's happening is that different departments are exploiting the generational racist systemic policies that have happened in our community. They're exploiting that because what they're doing is that as it is convenient for a particular budget allocation and for a grant application, what they do is they insert that. And then they insert that to use that and leverage that for a budget to increase their budget, exploiting the poverty and the racist policies that equity position is trying to amend. So there's a corruption there. That's why you see it in some departments and not others. That's number one. Number two, speaking as a person that has fought fires in both Camp 8, I did time in Camp 8 Delta and Gavilan. And so that we protected this region all the way up to Napa. So speaking from that perspective, you have a rainy season that has elevated and increased the foliage in the hills and the trees and everything. That's cool. Everything's like nice and cool right now, but fire season doesn't hit until like October, after everything has dried out. So the fire chief is in anticipation of that. We need to make absolutely certain that he is financed with absolutely everything that he needs, because we got a fire season that is probably going to be unprecedented because of.
The next speaker is Sharon Luna. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg and supervisors. I think Supervisor Arenas stated it very well. If any other district, this would not happen. Funding would be done. 10 years going back and forth on this issue, leaving everyone in South County to be concerned about the fate of our fire support. CAL FIRE provides excellent service and it runs very effectively. Why not support it financially? This is the third time that I have heard Supervisor Simidian bring up the state proportion tax that would support the endeavors of our fire district, specifically CAL FIRE. Please take time to actually understand what Supervisor Simidian has communicated and work to provide an effective service that is doing well and support it financially. Thank you.
Going back to Don, I'm unmuting you, if you can accept the unmute. And he is not, and that concludes our speakers.
Thank you. We have a motion by Chavez and a second by Lee on item 25. Let's take a vote, please.
Madam President,
Yes?
I was just sent a message that Jim Aker, who's the chair of the South County Fire Commission, is trying to speak. I think it's somehow not allowing him to do. I wonder if our clerk would allow him to.
And the
make
name
comment.
again is?
Jim Aker. Acker.
We do not have a Jim Aker as an attendee in the room, and he did not request a panelist invite.
He's a
If-
member of the public, I don't think would request an invite.
Right. I've done a search, and we don't have anybody with that
Okay,
name
so
as a
perhaps
member
you
of the
can
public.
send the comment in writing to all of us. Let's vote on this item.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Excuse me?
Microphone? Was that a yes?
Pass. He said pass.
I said, I'm sorry, I didn't have my microphone on, I apologize. I said pass for the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And going back to Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you for the moment. I'm an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just give a status update of where we are. It is 5 o'clock. We have 26 and 27 before us. We're going to hear them together. And let me share the order and then a few other logistics. We're going to have administration present on item 26. We will need a Levine Act announcement. We will then go to public comment. We will then come back to board members for any comments. And then, do we need a vote, or we're just receiving this information today?
A vote will be needed on item 27.
Okay, so then the vote will be the last thing that we do. In order to not keep folks waiting longer, we're not going to take a pause for dinner, but I will let my colleagues know that there is food available for you. So as you are listening to public comment, and for all of the public, please know that the Zoom is mic'd in the back so we can hear. You're welcome to pop out, have a bite when you need one, and come back in. We'll also, after the presentation on 26 and the announcement of the Levine Act, we will check the number of public commenters who wish to speak and make a determination at that time as to how long the speaking sections will be. And we will get there as quickly as reasonably possible. So, Greg, 20.
Actually, I'm going to start off.
Dr. Smith, 26.
Just wanted to set a stage. Board members have asked numerous departments why their asks were not included in the final recommended budget. Just to put it in context, the total ask for all of the departments was for all funds, and both one-time and ongoing, was $331 million. As the board knows, we have a deficit of $120 million, so obviously that's a huge difference. That's $500 million difference, basically. Of the $331 million ask, there was offset of other revenue that could be done, so that brought it down to $151 million. So with a deficit of 120, we certainly could not recommend all of the 151 million. So that's why we're in a tight spot. So I just wanted to clarify that for the board. Now I'll turn it over to Greg to go through the other items.
Thank you, President Ellenberg, members of the board. Item number 26 is a matrix that is basically an inventory of the inventory for your report for your receipt. So there's a full tally of all the proposals that board members have submitted to one another for consideration for grants. And if there are any questions on that matrix, happy to help answer those. Otherwise, we would be ready to move on to item number 27.
Are there any questions or comments? Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you. Madam Chair, the comments and questions are for both County Council and the County Executive's Office and OBA, Mr. Ituria and Mr. Williams. We have a number of proposals that suggest funding to or through or with faith-based organizations that provide services in the community. And I am entirely good with that. We've got a long tradition of working through community organizations, including some that are faith-based, but we also have a long tradition of respecting the importance of church-state separation and making sure that contract language explicitly calls out that requirement. So I just, and I'm not being at all flip when I say I know that the current Supreme Court is perhaps in a somewhat different place than the Supreme Court was a couple of years ago on these church-state issues, but I guess I'd just like to ask both Dr. Smith and Mr. Williams if we could be sure that whoever, county council, procurement, the entire organization, is sort of sensitive to the need to embed that church-state separation in any contract or procurement language.
Yes, and we do have language in the template agreement that has been used the last couple of years, specifically addressing that issue, as well as the issue of any political activity.
Thank you. And I don't want to over-worry this next point, but I'm hoping that we can ask both county council and the county executive's office to conduct whatever due diligence is necessary with respect to inventory items to ensure that the recipients, if they are nonprofits in good standing. Again, as I say, I don't want to over-worry that because my observation is even relatively sophisticated and experienced organizations sometimes lag behind, don't even know that they're not current, whatever. But I think the time we have between today and the June adoption gives us a little bit of an opportunity, if we take it, to help get some of those folks squared away, which will be important in terms of our fiscal obligations, but also will be helpful probably to them in other ways. The next observation I would, this one really is in the form of a question, and I guess it's to or through the county council again, and that is, given the global composition of our community, and the fact that the 2 million people who are here have come from not all over the state, all over the nation, all over the world, some of our requests are a little wide-ranging, and I guess my question is, what, if anything, do we need to be mindful of or aware of in terms of legal obligations? Not talking about judgments about use of funds, but I am talking about legal obligations in terms of benefit to Santa Clara County residents. We've, I think, voted unanimously in the past, for example, to provide relief to agencies supporting work in other countries or other states. So I know that we have some flexibility there. Mr. Williams, anything you can share on that, or do you just want to noodle that one between now and the time the budget comes back?
Yeah, we can look into all those issues.
Okay, I do. As I said, I think we have historically sort of found a way, if we do it right, to be pretty inclusive and wide-ranging, but I want to make sure we dot those i's and cross those t's is where I'm headed. The next is sort of a similarly, I think, challenging dynamic. There's no doubt that, many of the organizations that we support engage in advocacy as part of their work in the community. Is there Mr. Williams, is there a sort of clear layperson's definition of when something becomes political in a way that makes it inappropriate for funding? I mean, presumably if one of us had put in a request for an allocation to either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, you would have leaned in and said, hang on, I'm just trying to figure out where that line is.
Yes, that line is for governmental expenditures, generally speaking, related to supporting or opposing a candidate for any public office or supporting or opposing any initiative or measure on the ballot. That's why, for example, it's permissible for the county to spend funds lobbying in support or against a bill in front of the legislature, but it's not permissible for the county to spend funds for or against a ballot initiative, even though that might seem a little odd, even if a legislative measure might effectuate, for example, something that somebody might do through an initiative or through a matter referred by the legislature onto the ballot. Although the county can provide factual material. So that's the standard for the direct county expenditures of funds, but that's also true for indirect expenditures. In other words, we could not fund an organization or entity that was using those funds for such a purpose.
Is there sort of boilerplate language, template language that you could come up with that we might also attach to these contracts just to make sure folks understand that so that...
We do have language in the template related to, like I said, not just the other issues, but specifically campaign activities, and they are prohibited. So we do have that. In addition, entities that are 501c3 entities under federal tax law, although the policing of that has not necessarily been super strong, but under federal tax law as written, are prohibited from similarly engaging in campaign-related
Could I
expenditures
ask
or
through
activities.
the chair... I'm sorry, I interrupted, I apologize.
I was just completing that sentence saying that they're prohibited from engaging in campaign expenditures or activities.
Sure. Could I ask through the chair that you share that contract language with us so we perhaps as an off agenda even ahead of the budget hearing, since it apparently already exists, and that might
Sure.
ameliorate the need for some time and effort and energy, and make sure we're still dotting i's and crossing t's. Last one, and I think this one really is one probably for both county council, but more the county executive and maybe the clerk of the board at this point. Dr. Smith, my recollection is that when we had conversations about inventory items sometime in the last few years, there was what I thought was a sort of a healthy move towards saying, if this stuff's really going to be ongoing, then let's try and do it by way of a referral. And so we've moved toward a system of one-time only grants, expenditures, funding, although sometimes the one-time only is over a period of more than 1 year. But I think we do all still feel, at least I should speak for myself, I certainly feel a continuing responsibility to make sure that the funds are well spent, and it's a source of some concern to me that we allocate the funds with sort of no structure in place, and maybe we do have one, in which case I should be less anxious. No structure in place to provide oversight over the course of a year or two or three. Do you have thoughts about that? I mean, I think, obviously I don't want to speak for you, but when we had the discussion, I think you were trying to convey to us that, we shouldn't pretend we have the ability to provide oversight that we don't have. That was my takeaway from it, and please correct me if it was wrong. But I am just sort of, we're looking at $8 million, colleagues, and I know we all want it to be well spent. And do you have any thoughts about how we can make sure that happens? I probably should have just started there. That would have been more concise. Thank you.
Yeah, a little announcement first before I go into what I think is appropriate. There was a question about the LAFCO fire study, and I've been notified by staff that it's going to be heard at LAFCO on May 15th. So, sorry to interrupt that, but your train of thought, the inventory item process is one that's completely controlled by the board, and in the 14 years I've been here, it's probably been done 14 different ways. Times five. Well, that's true. There was a year when the board decided to limit the amount per supervisor to 500,000. There have been years when there's been concerns about the process and whether or not the contracts or grant agreements have monitoring or are actually managed. What I was trying to suggest at the time period that you mentioned it is that we should, in my opinion, not have multiple year expenditures on the inventory item process because we need to have contracts with deliverables and have a department that can monitor the deliverables and monitor the contract. When we're talking about grants, really it's a decision made by 3 members of the board to grant an amount of money to a particular agency. And at this point, there's no monitoring that occurs, nor could there really be because we don't have a contract. It's just a simple grant. So it's up to the board to decide how they want to proceed with this. 3 members of the board can decide how they would like to do it, if they'd like to establish rules or new rules or do something completely different.
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you. That was helpful, Dr. Smith. I think even in the case of a, quote, grant for just 1 year, there are, as the 200 proposals indicate, expectations about what the public benefit will be in connection with those grants, even if they're 1 year. And right now, we don't really have any way of assessing whether or not any of that actually happens. And in spite of the best efforts of everybody involved, not suggesting anything otherwise. So I think what I'd like to do is ask that when you all come back in June, that you share some thoughts about how we might at least permit some level of oversight. Because right now, I sort of feel like we don't have a tool that we can use, and Dr. Smith, I want to be very clear. You didn't say this. I'm saying it. I don't want to sort of put county staff in a position where they are asked to do something that is impossible in terms of oversight. I really think that would be unfair. But I do want to see if we can't find some way to bring a little bit more, at least opportunity for oversight on the expenditure of funds.
I'm going to go to Supervisor Lee, if that's all right,
Thank
and then come back. I know he's been leaning in too. Then we'll come back to both of you. Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. So my question is actually for Dr. Smith regarding this big number of budget. So Dr. Smith, I mean, you have told me, I guess this was like maybe a couple months ago now, and I believe you said the same thing to every board member, that due to the significant deficit we have, that each of the office should try to provide a target of $500,000 per board office at the outset of this process, right?
Yes, I was asked by the president to make a suggestion, and I suggested what was approved by the board in previous years. Because we don't, we are presenting you with a recommended balanced budget. There's no way to add additional costs without taking something away. And at this point, the thing that we would have to rely upon taking away is funding that we've theoretically reserved for the results of labor negotiations.
So you're basically saying that based on your rough estimate, $2.5 million is what we could afford as a whole based on the process we have here. Now today we have what, a little bit over $8 million. So the delta is about what, 8 minus 2.5. So we're talking about $5.5 million. So how would we reconcile that number?
We haven't figured that out yet. Like I said, the only thing that is apparent is in the budget. You'll notice that we had set aside some money in anticipation of increases in personnel costs that are going to be generated during negotiations, which are currently ongoing with SEIU and will be started with 2 other unions. Built into the budget base is a 3% yearly adjustment. We also increased the Object 1 funding in order to anticipate that it'll be more than 3%. So if we use that money for other additions that the board has asked us for, not just inventory items, then we'll have to come back after negotiations and ask for more reductions.
I'm basically trying to reconcile where we're at and what we move forward on. I mean, obviously, this process that we have every year is very different. I remember when I first got on board, I think the total recommended amount came out to be $4.65 million for the 5 offices. Last year, I think the number came to about $8.77 million. This year is about $8.06 million. So certainly, between the 3 years, you could see the numbers just fluctuate significantly. Right, and so I'm just trying to find a way to make sure that it's not. First of all, I'm not agreeing to the $500,000 per office. That to me that didn't work because of the fact that equality does not mean equity. Certainly, different districts have different needs, and different years might have different needs for different groups. So I certainly believe that there's some flexibility there. But at the same time, I do say that when I submitted my proposals this year, I try my best to stick to the number you provided. I exceeded too, like everybody else, but I think the amount that we exceeded has certainly varied so greatly. So I just want to make sure that the process we have in place has reflects some of that. And then the other thing I did see is there's certainly some issues regarding some duplications of different groups has apply for money to different offices, and that seems to have been repeated by others. But anyways, I would love to hear from the audience on this, but I certainly would like to ask from you to see if we could have some clarification of how we could come up with the funding, or if there's no funding available, I want that to be more clear, because I hate to have to later on to cut other areas that we did not think through at this point. Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez.
So I know that people have been waiting, and probably someone had a birthday here today, and we're all aging. So I'm really interested in hearing from the public, and then I want to revisit this discussion. And the only thing I would just say, Supervisor Lee, is that I think ultimately the decisions really rest here. And so I'll look forward to having that discussion with all of you. But I'd like to go to the public.
All right, let's do that. Yes.
To the president, if I could clarify, we're taking public comment on 26 and 27 at the same time, in which case I'll make the Levine announcement for item number 27 before we go to the speakers.
Thank you.
Item number 27, including numbers 27A through 27GP, are subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents and any participant who has a financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda.
And Madam Chair,
Supervisor Smidian?
with apologies to folks who are waiting and to board colleagues, I have a standard statement, as you know, and I will read it once again, which is in this instance to indicate that we have been advised that a number of these items may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language on our published agenda, and we've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of our agenda. I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would also ask that if any employee of the county counsel's office or of the clerk of the board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. As I've indicated previously, Madam President, while it is, of course, a matter of public record, I would like to note that since January 1st, 2023, when Senate Bill 1439 took effect and amended the Levine Act, I have, in fact, received various campaign contributions which either have or will be reported in full as required by law. All such reports are, of course, public, and I would ask that if anyone has any reason to believe that any of those contributions were made improperly, that they advise me of that immediately so that I may correct the situation and ensure that contributions that are not permitted are not subsequently given or received. Finally, I would just exhort any and all potential campaign contributors, please make no contribution which violates Senate Bill 1439, the Levine Act, or any other provision of the law. And I apologize for that wordy statement, but in my view, it is necessary until we get some clarity and guidance from the folks at the Fair Political Practices Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. How many yellow cards do you have for speakers in the chambers? 31.
Excuse me, 31.
31. And may I please assume that if you want to speak, you already have a yellow card in? Nobody's waiting to put their card in. Excellent. So we will cap at 31 in here. And how many do we have on Zoom, please?
One moment, the number is fluctuating. We are currently at 59.
So let me remind folks on, I think I'm going to cap them at the same time. Let's give that another minute. If anyone else is on Zoom right now and wishes to speak, now is the time. I'm going to deviate a little bit and not have that list keep going up during the speakers in chambers. So let's give that a few seconds, see where it settles.
We are now at 70 and climbing.
Okay. Give me 1 second for math here. So what I would like to do, in the interest of having those speakers who are later in the queue not have to wait for nearly 2 hours to speak, I'm going to make the time 30 seconds per speaker, which I understand is short, and hopefully that's enough time to say, here's my item, please vote for it. And we will cap entirely 120 at 2 hours of public comment. I think the 30 and the 70 something will will get us in there, but we'll do 2 hours of public comment. And let me make sure, James, that everything I just recommended is appropriate, unbiased, not based on content, but management of our time.
Yes, yes, the board can set an overall cap on the amount of time.
Okay, so we will,
And to the president, we're now at 82.
okay, well, we're going to stop at 2 hours. So either
Okay.
we can stop the Zoom queue or just stop it at the time. So in the meantime, while we're figuring that out, let's begin with the speakers in chambers. You all will go first. Peggy will call 5 names at once. So please line up in the order that she calls you, just so we can keep moving. And we'll set the clock to 30 seconds. And I hope that works out for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, the first 5 speakers are Siberia Moreno, Dana Zell, Jalen Franklin, Milan Ballantyne, and Mia Veal. If you could please line up. And the first speaker is Siberia Moreno, who has her own interpreter and will be given additional time.
Of course. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Siberia Moreno, soy promotora con Human Agenda. Pertenezco a un grupo de 10 promotoras, de las cuales 2 me están acompañando, apoyando el día de hoy. Nuestro objetivo es formar nuestro negocio. Queremos organizarnos bajo una empresa registrada debido a que llevamos años trabajando como promotoras, pero con fondos del condado y del estado. Durante este tiempo hemos desarrollado habilidades en cuestión de alcance comunitario, abordando importantes problemas sociales y temas de salud pública. Gracias a la supervisora Silvia Arenas por someter nuestra propuesta para su consideración. Por favor, apoyen la propuesta número 124 de Human Agenda.
Good afternoon. My name is Siberia. I'm a promotora with Human Agenda. I work along with 10 other promotoras, 2 of which are here today. We're seeking funding to start our own business of doing promotora work. We've been doing this work for several years now. We've been doing this work for several years now, and we have acquired capabilities around community outreach regarding different important social issue and public health topics. Thank you, Supervisor Arena, for putting our proposal forward. Please consider supporting our proposal number 124 from Human Agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dana Zell.
I have a partner. We have two yellow. One is for Dana, one's for Kevin Hauge. We put them in back to back. So I don't know if we have 30 seconds.
They're the 30 seconds in the
30
order that they
seconds.
come up.
Yeah.
But we won't start it until you start
All
speaking.
right, so we're going to do it together, right? We'll do 30 seconds. All
Okay.
right. Hi, we would like to thank all of our supervisors and Supervisor Chavez for bringing forward CMT's Community Access Program. This is our 55th season here in San Jose, providing 10,000 students or more annually with educational and performing arts opportunities, especially in underserved communities within Santa Clara County. And we're grateful that our mission at CMT aligns directly with that of the county and the ability to have real outcomes and changes in the lives in Santa Clara County.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll wait for yours. We got
All right.
The next speaker is
Come on up.
Jalen Franklin. You can use the podium in front of you. Let me move the speaker.
Yeah, and for everyone, the podium has a microphone embedded in it. You don't have to lean over or look for a mic.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jalen Franklin. I attend San Jose State University, and I'm currently a freshman. I'm here with AACSA. I want to speak on items 27B, 27J, 27DX, and 27GP. The work of the African American Community Service Agency is integral to the Black community of Santa Clara County and all people within the country. Our services for students of SJSU and our annual Juneteenth Festival advocacy efforts and further extending our reach by building the African American.
The next speaker is Milan Ballantyne.
Thank you, honorable supervisors, for having us here today. My name is Milan Ballantyne, and I'm the executive director here at the African American Community Service Agency, speaking on items 27B, 27J, 27DX, and 27GP. We ask that you support all of them because at AACSA during the pandemic, we grew significantly to impact the entire county. And so we need the dollars to keep our doors open and young people that I have here with me today doing the work of the people. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Mia Veal, and while she is coming up, the next 5 speakers are Jason King, Lavere Foster, Richard Shavira, Grace Bergquist, and Alana Powell, if you could line up.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Mia Ville, and I am here with the AACSA, and I wanted to speak on items 27B, 27J, 27DX, and 27GP. And I specifically want to emphasize the importance of AACSA and how much we have provided for the community, which includes food and toiletries, math and science lessons through STEAM, and our weekly Therapy Matters program. And we can expand upon these services and other services of nonprofits that help the Black community through the building of the African American Cultural Center, along with Roots Community Clinic and others.
The next speaker is Jason King. Jason, are you here? I'll set that aside. The next speaker is Lavere Foster.
Hi, my name is Lavere Foster, and I represent the African American Community Service Agency. I'm here in support of items 27B, 27J, 27DX, and 27GP. Since 1978, AACSA has been serving the community here in Santa Clara County. What we do is so essential to the parent looking to enroll their child in educational programs but doesn't have the financial means to do so. What we do is so essential to the community member who also feels voiceless but know they can look to AACSA to advocate for policies that impact our community. What we do is so essential to our people as we elevate and display our culture here in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
The next speaker is Richard Shavira. Richard Shavira. We'll come back. The next speaker is Grace Bergquist.
Hello, my name is Grace Bergquist. I'm speaking in support of item number 147, funding for Boldly Me. I wanted to personally attest the impact Boldly Me had on my life as a student growing up with the program. I remember the Boldly Me assemblies and meetings we had at my elementary school and how this program had a positive influence on me and my fellow students. It encouraged me to be confident in myself at a time in my life when I wasn't, and at a time when I was surrounded by the stresses and pressures of being a student on top of figuring out who I was. Helped me grow into a more confident person. I believe with funding it can and will do the same for many more students. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alana Powell, and while she is coming up, the next speakers are Jennifer Salaya, Jeanette Cardona, and Amber Mopris.
Hi, my name is Alana Powell, and I'm the founder and president of Boldly Me. I'm coming in support of item number 147. Let me give you one story of a student recently who went into a wellness center trying to get help. He went in to get help, and they told him he couldn't get help for 2 months. This child was suicidal. Because of Boldly Me, that night, he had access to resources because of our Boldly Me Academy and reaching students who help other students. We need to have this in every school and reach all 275,000 children. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jennifer Salaya.
We'll go together because we're the same. We don't want to waste time. Thank you guys for having us, and we're here to speak on behalf of the support for item number 191 and 62 from Supervisor Chavez and Oroli. We want to thank you guys for approving that. New Beginnings Family Services has a huge impact in our community with servicing the youth and families, helping them navigate the legal court system with case management and prevention as well. So we're just thankful that we're here to speak to that behalf. Thanks. Thank you.
The next speaker is Amber Mopris, and while she approaches, the next speakers are Rich Turner, Marilee Jennings, Kevin Hang, and Joshua DiVincenzi.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Amber Mopris, and I'm here on behalf of the African American Community Service Agency. I would like to speak on line items 27B, 27J, 27DX, and 27GP. I hope to see all of these line items referenced approved for the betterment of our residents in our county. AACSA has directly impacted and made a difference in my life as a client and now as a staff member. And on behalf of our team and community, we would be beyond grateful to receive this funding. Thank you in advance.
The next speaker is Rich Turner.
going to go together to save them.
And you are?
Marilee Jennings.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Marilee Jennings, Executive Director of Children's Discovery Museum of San Jose, and I'm here to advocate to build a new space called the Exploration Portal. To counter the developmental losses children sustained during the pandemic, we want to build this new space so that children will gain the social, emotional, and cognitive benefits that result from play in nature. With 80% of the funds already raised for the community, support from the county now will keep us on schedule to open in summer 2024. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kevin Hange. Kevin Hange. The next speaker is Joshua DiVincenzi. And while he's approaching, the following speakers are Anthony Nguyen, Angel Coronado, and Carly Flores.
Hi, my name is Joshua Melander. I'm with Little Italy San Jose. Just want to thank Cindy Chavez for the recommendation for the grant and the board for your consideration. We're building a permanent cultural center and museum in Little Italy. It's definitely a labor of love with our entire community getting this landmark we're having for Little Italy, and we appreciate your consideration. Construction's going on now, and these funds are vital to complete this project, so we appreciate it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Anthony Nguyen. Anthony Nguyen. The next speaker is Angel Coronado.
Good evening, supervisors. Thank you for your time today. My name is Angel Coronado. I represent College of Adaptive Arts, and I'm specifically talking about 27EI, and thank you, Cindy Chavez, for putting this up for this grant. College of Adaptive Arts specifically specializes in adults with special abilities who historically have not gotten a chance to get a collegiate experience. And so today I'm trying to push forward the fact that this would help out the community and help out a lot of individuals that are not familiar with that population. Thank you.
The next speakers are Carly Flores, Colsaria Henderson, Cole Cameron, and Kiana Munoz. And that next speaker is Carly Flores.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg and supervisors. Thank you for all of your work. Thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for putting forward Community Solutions Proposal 27CS, Economic Support for Survivors of Gender-Based Violence, and 27CT, Funding to Explore the Feasibility of Pursuing Partial DOJ Accreditation for Community Solutions. We respectfully ask the board for your support on these items to enhance resources and services for underserved South County community members. Thank you.
Colsaria Henderson. Colsaria Henderson. Next speaker is Cole Cameron.
I guess this would be good evening, everyone. You're all hanging in there. I'm here on inventory item 148 EE for Cadre, which takes care of our nonprofit world, while on my other hat, you know me as a CERT guy, taking care of the neighborhoods. It's a great combination. This 100,000 is going to really be a good start for us, and we look forward to more, as was indicated in the write-up, that there was much more requested. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kiana Munoz, and then following that, Philip Nguyen, Gabrielle Antolovich, and Naomi Collins.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I want to speak on items 27B, 27J, 27DX, and 27GP. I'm one of 3 team members at AACSA of Afro-Latin descent. I serve as a bridge to our surrounding Latinx community that depends on our services. Much like our staff, our community is diverse and unique. We come today seeking funding to assist the advancement of Black community members, but we also serve as a voice to all who come to our doors regardless of their background. This funding is essential to our goals to connect our community with the resources they need. Thank you.
The next speaker is Philip Nguyen. Philip Nguyen. The next speaker is Gabrielle Antolovich. Gabrielle Antolovich. The next speaker is Naomi Collins. Right up there.
Well, good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Naomi Collins. I'm here on behalf of the AACSA. I'm here on behalf of the Family Resource Center as we continue to serve families and individuals in Santa Clara County. We serve primarily underserved individuals and families, and we would benefit greatly to continue at this capacity.
Thank you.
And the last series of speakers is Jeremiah Lineberger, Winston Ashby, Mar Abbott, Perla Flores, and Victor Vasquez, if you could line up. And the next speaker is Jeremiah Lineberger.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Jeremiah Lamberger, graduating senior at San Jose State University and COVID-19 worker at African American Community Service Agency. I want to speak on items 27B, 27J, 27DX, and 27GP. I am speaking in support of the funding on items related to the agency. The agency's work is vital for our county since it is one of the only nonprofits dedicated hard-to-count populations. Providing this funding allows us to see that the advancement of Black community matters to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
The next speaker is Winston Ashby.
My name is Winston Ashby. I'm the executive director and founder of the Party Program. We just don't work with African American students, but we've been here for 23 years. We work with all students, all cultures, from Gilroy to Palo Alto, and definitely we're in the heart of East San Jose. We go to them. We don't wait for them to come to us. And Otto Lee, you will know that one of your staff member was in our program because he approached me right over here. That's how inclusive and diverse we are. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mar Abbott.
Hello, honorable supervisors. I'm Mar, representing Lead Filipino and asking for the board's support of proposed budget inventory item number 55 and number 80 in Santa Clara County, where there is 150,000 Filipinx reside. I believe that inventory item number 80 will support and sustain in the work that we're doing in addressing our health needs and curating related resources like our holistic healing program. I also support inventory item number 55, which brings education to our underserved communities. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Perla Flores. Perla Flores. And our final speaker in chambers is Victor Vasquez.
Before I get there, happy Latin American Mother's Day. Victor Vasquez at Somos Mayfair Si Se Puede. We urge you to support Si Se Puede collective budget items and all our fellow nonprofit organizations as well. We submitted a letter with over 180 signatures at this point. Specifically for Somos, we're here to ask you to support our family wraparound services, free childcare and early learning opportunities, and leadership development for families, specifically in Alum Rock area, to service Latinx and Vietnamese families. Thank you.
And to the chair, to the president, that concludes in-chamber speakers. We will now switch to Zoom.
Excellent. And can you remind us of the total number on Zoom?
The total number is currently 88.
All right.
And I've clocked 2 hours starting at 5:28.
Okay, I think we may go before that because, as has become the practice, we'll cap the speakers on Zoom as we begin with the first person.
The first Zoom speaker is Maria Dane. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
That doesn't sound right.
That sounded Minnie Mouse. I'm sorry, Maria. I'm going to go ahead and lower the hand. If you call in a second time, maybe with a different connection, we'll accept it. The next speaker is Ken Vong. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Quinn Vong, ED of the ICANN. I'm speaking in support of inventory item 27EZ and 27DQ to support ICANN's Healing Circles program to destigmatize mental health and connect Vietnamese seniors and Asian youth to behavioral health services as necessary. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Arenas, for bringing this forward these items. We hope you will support us. Our proven strategy includes 3 key factors. 1, destigmatize mental health.
The next speaker is Marley Young. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good evening, honorable supervisors. My name is Marley Young with the San Jose Public Library Foundation.
I'm here today to request your support for Supervisor Chavez's proposed budget inventory number 200 to provide a grant to our Resilience Corps Workforce Development Program for young adults. The Library Foundation prepares youth living in under-resourced areas or who are very low income for the mainstream workforce with a living wage, professional development training, and on-the-job experience. We collaborate with expanded learning partners.
The next speaker is Dilza Gonzalez. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. Dilza, can you accept the unmute?
Good evening, dear honorable supervisors. My name is Dilsa Gonzalez. I'm a community member and the organizing and policy manager at Somos. I am here in support of Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Super Lee's proposed budget inventory on items 27 GC and item 78 to provide Somos Mayfair with a purpose of providing relating and essential wraparound services, resources, free, quality preschool education, leadership development opportunities, and economic.
The next speaker is Marley Young. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good evening, honorable supervisors. I'm with the San Jose Public Library Foundation, and I'm here to request your support for Supervisor Chavez's proposed budget inventory item number 200 to provide a grant to our Resilience Corps Workforce Development Program. We prepare youth for living in under-resourced areas. We prepare youth for the mainstream workforce with a living wage, professional development training, and on-the-job experience. We collaborate with expanded learning partners to place a resilience course.
The next speaker is Sandra Asher. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good evening. I'm speaking as a board member at Parents Helping Parents and also on behalf of Maria Dane, our ED, who was Minnie Mouse a little bit ago. I'm asking you to support items 67, 104, 126, and 194, which will help us continue to provide free services to families in low-income zip codes. As a parent, it can be devastating to know your child will have challenges beyond anything you've ever imagined and to find specialized resources and support. Please help PHP support the most marginalized members of our community. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Sweeney. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. One more time, John.
Dear President Ellenberg, County Supervisors and staff, on behalf of the County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Marianne Dewan, I would like to register our support for inventory item number 202 to fund activities for post-secondary students with special needs. Free and low-cost leisure and recreational activities are an essential part of every student's post-secondary education. And with this funding, the Santa Clara County Office of Education will be able to provide it to students who need it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Linda Nguyen. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good evening. This is Linda Nguyen, here to support the Vietnamese American Roundtable as a board member for inventories item 94 by Supervisor Lee and 217 by Supervisor Chavez. Happy AAPI Heritage Month. During this time, it is essential to recognize the diversity of Asian American communities. It is critical to uplift the distinct and diverse stories of refugees and immigrants. Funding will support VAR's efforts to educate and empower Vietnamese histories, experience, and identities through
Apologies, I fat-fingered that. We will, if she raises her hand, we will take that again. My apologies. The next speaker is Susan Larkin. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Susan Larkin, and I am speaking on behalf of item 202. I'm an inclusion support specialist at the County Office of Education. In my work, I've seen how accessible out-of-class activities can benefit students with special needs. This funding can serve over 150 students. The programming will empower students to self-advocate and engage in physical activities to promote personal health and well-being long after transitioning out of the Santa Clara County Office of Education.
The next speaker is Moon Ashby. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hello, Board. I request to approve inventory 195 for party program to help with the community, families, individuals, with leadership by doing events, out-of-school activities to help students. That's all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Catalyze SV. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello, Board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to highlight and reiterate an issue that Supervisor Lee brought up, and that is that we submitted multiple applications and were unsuccessful in securing any, while many organizations also submitted multiple applications and were able to secure many. So definitely encouraging more transparency in this process in the future, and of course to value community engagement as it relates to capital investments. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Veggie Lucian. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Abigail Heinzen, and I'm the Advocacy Manager at Veggie Lucian. I'm here on behalf of Ana Regalado, our Farm Programs Manager, to show support for Veggie Lucian's Community Food Hub Feasibility Plan, Budget Inventory Item number 216. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for putting this forward. This project would center on recommending solutions to reverse county-wide food insecurity that has resulted from a legacy of inequities, create economic opportunities for food entrepreneurs, improve access to culturally relevant and organic food, and create new markets for small BIPOC growers.
The next speaker is Mimi Nguyen. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hi, good evening, honorable supervisors. My name is Mimi Nguyen. I'm the Executive Director of Step Forward Foundation. Step Forward thanks the county, in particular Supervisor Lee for line item 82, Supervisor Reyes for line item 130, and Supervisor Chavez for line item 209 to support Step Forward Foundation and its goal to provide free legal services to the community. These budget inventory items will be critical to continue to support the immigrant communities and undocumented communities in immigration, family, and employment law. The support will allow survive.
The next speaker is Andrea Portillo. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hello, my name is Andrea Portillo, and I am the Organizing and Policy Director with Somos Mayfair. We urge the board to support the Somos Mayfair and Si Se Puede collective budget items. We submitted a letter with over 150 signatures of support. Somos will provide essential wraparound services, resources, free quality preschool, early learning education, leadership development opportunities for families in the Alum Rock region, especially our Latinx family, youth, and Vietnamese families. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kosaria Henderson. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak on this behalf. I'm calling in from Next Solutions to Domestic Violence. I am the Executive Director, Kosaria Henderson, and I wanted to speak on number 192 from Supervisor Chavez. Thank you so much for your support. Next Solutions serves over 3,000 survivors every year and has over 15,000 calls to our hotline. And we're asking for your support for domestic violence housing first.
The next speaker is Sean Paul. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening, County Supervisors. My name is Sean Paul Guest, and I want to speak on items 27B, J, DX, JP. The motto of the African American Community Service Agency is strength and unity. Because of this grounding foundational philosophy, it is in my experience from the great works that I have seen that we are indeed united in our cause to advance our society. Faith without works is dead, and it is from my personal experience rather than opinion that works go also. And I have confidence and certainty in our other organizations.
The next speaker is Andrea Fromm. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Andrea Fraume, and I am with the Greenfield Hills as their Leadership Program Director. I am here with Smita Patel and Smita Garg, who are fellow alumni. Thank you, Supervisors Arenas, Chavez, and Lee, for bringing the Greenfield Hills Leadership Program forward, and to the board for your consideration. Your support means that we can continue to provide much-needed footholds to the environmental movement for Santa Clara County leaders from historically marginalized communities to apply racial equity lens for their campaigns through scholarships and interpretation for Spanish-speaking leaders. Thank you.
The next speaker is MACLA. Please accept the unmute to begin. Macla, M-A-C-L-A?
Yep. Good evening.
One more time.
Good evening, honorable supervisors. My name is Alyssa Graciano, and I'm here in support of Supervisor Chavez's budget item number 185. Having been born and raised in San Jose, my mental and emotional health has been positively impacted by the public programming at MACLA that centers art in the Latinx community, so much so that it has helped shape my career in the nonprofit's art space, and I'm now the visual arts curator here at MACLA. Thank you and have a good night.
The next speaker is Santiago Gonzalez. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hello. Hello, my name is Santiago Gonzalez. I'm the community organizer for Latinos Country Cancer. I want to start off by thanking the county and Supervisor Chavez for approving inventory item number 178. This grant will continue to allow Latinos Country Cancer to do remarkable work to aid Latin communities in cancer prevention, patient assistance, and guidance, with deliberate emphasis on addressing existing health disparities with a diverse program. Thank you again for your commitment to our county's most vulnerable patients.
The next speaker is Louise Ambrose. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening, honorable supervisors. My name is Luis Ambris, and I'm with MACLA, and I'm calling in support of Supervisor Chavez's budget item number 185. Before my time at MACLA, I was a student at San Jose State and a new resident to San Jose. I began attending MACLA's South First Friday performances in 2018 and found a safe and welcoming space that brings together folks from all walks of life to promote healthy living while celebrating Latinx art. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Veronica Amador. Please accept the unmute to begin. Veronica?
Hi.
There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Amador. I'm a community leader, and I am here in support of Somos Mayfair and the Si Se Puede Collective. As somebody that has benefited through multiple programming, I want to continue to advocate for this. It has helped me grow, and as well as my family, and have a better economic mobility here in Eastside San Jose. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marty Estrada. Please accept the unmute to begin. Marty Estrada, if you can accept the unmute.
Yes, thank you. To the board, County Board of Supervisors, my name is Marty Estrada, Director for Community Development for our agency, Community Agency for Resource Advocacy and Services. We're requesting support from District 1, Supervisor Sylvia Arenas, thank you, for item number 118, to provide youth programming, direct intervention, supportive services for the underserved youth in South County. It's important that we receive this funding to support Gilroy, California. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gisela Boucher. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. Gisela Boucher calling from Loaves and Fishes Family Kitchen. Thank you so much, Supervisor Chavez, for bringing forth item 182 to provide funding for our meals for families, children, seniors, veterans, and all in need of a meal in our community. The problem continues to grow. The impact is profound. And I thank you all in advance for what I know will be your support to make sure no one goes hungry in our community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marcia Hovey. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, I'm Marcia Hovey, Executive Director of Cadre, speaking on budget inventory item 148. In 2019, the board designated Cadre as the lead emergency management organization for the nonprofit and faith communities for all 5 districts. Prior to taking on my nonprofit role, I was an emergency manager for 22 years and understand the need for non-governmental support. Sustainable funding for nonprofits for this coordination does not exist, and thank you for considering this investment in our shared resilience.
The next speaker is Maria Martinez. Please accept the unmute. Maria, can you accept the unmute?
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
You hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Maria Martinez, the honorable supervisor. I'm here to support Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Supervisor Lee and the proposed budget inventory item 27 this year in item 28 to provide Somos Mayfair with and the system for the collective budget item to make sure families have quality early learning and dual education programming, economic justice, Secretaría of Resources and People.
The next speaker is Teresa Pardrisco. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hi, my name is Teresa Pedrisco. I'm here to support items 82, 130, and 209. Thank you, Supervisor Lee, Arenas, and Chavez for bringing these items forward. I'm a bilingual immigration attorney at Step Forward Foundation. We support survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault, including other crimes. Thus, supporting items 82, 130, and 209 will enable us to continue supporting the survivors. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Sarah Reyes. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Reyes, and I'm the Executive Director at Shine Together, formerly Teen Success, item 204. First of all, Feliz Dia de las Madres. Happy Mexican Mother's Day to all the moms present today. Shine supports the youngest of our mothers in the county with their educational, wellness, and parenting goals. Thank you for the past support of young moms, and thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Dawn Hoff. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Thank you, Honorable Supervisors. Good evening. My name is Dawn Hogue, and I'm the Executive Director of Cancer Care Point, speaking on behalf of Inventory Item 149 put forward by Supervisor Chavez. There's currently a lack of financial resources, or the length of time that it takes clients to receive financial assistance can take up to 2 months and sometimes more. The funding from the county would help us meet the needs of cancer patients in terms of one-time immediate rent assistance or utility assistance. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Erica Bustamante. Please accept the unmute to begin.
My name is Erica Bustamante. I'm co-chair of the Latino Leadership Alliance. On behalf of the Latino Leadership Alliance, I urge the board to support item 136 brought forward by Supervisor Arenas. Thank you, Supervisor Arenas. These items will support the Latino Leadership Academy, which is a program that has supported and graduated over 140 local Latinx local leaders from the Bay Area. This is an investment that will be felt not only by the individuals being supported in their growth, but the entire Latinx community. Thank you for your support.
The next speaker is Harry Fong. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Harry Fong. I'm speaking on behalf of Inventory Item 149 for Cancer Care Point, which provides non-medical services to cancer patients and their caregivers. Cancer can have a devastating impact on everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The funds provided will help Cancer Care Point support those most impacted by cancer, more specifically in the Hispanic and Vietnamese communities. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Sarah Verity. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Verity, representing VIA Services, where we envision an inclusive world where people of all abilities and their families are living joyful and fulfilling lives. I'm speaking in support of item 27CL, Supervisor Simidian's request for a one-time grant to VIA Services relating to camp facility renovations, including accessibility modifications. Social and recreational programs like ours promote social inclusion, physical and emotional well-being, skill development.
The next speaker is Robert Rodriguez. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hi, my name is Robert Rodriguez, and I'm here in support of, I'm here in support of item 156 by Supervisor Chavez for community cycles to offer a 10-day summer program in Eastside San Jose for 3 high schools, and to build off that program and provide a program for the school year.
The next speaker is Smita Garg. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hi, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Smita Garg. I am here on behalf of Green Foothills. I support the proposed budget inventory items number 117 from Supervisor Arenas, number 166 from Supervisor Chavez, and number 42 from Supervisor Lee to provide Green Foothills with $78,713 for the purpose of providing scholarships for participants of the leadership program. I was a scholarship.
The next speaker is Howard Liu. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening. I'm Howard speaking on item 201, the AAPI Perspectives Project, where I've been the lead videographer this past year. For a decade now, I continue to work with and mentor young people through a youth media program, and many of them have generally resided in District 2. This project has allowed 2 of these former youth to get involved and gain a deeper understanding of their own Asian American identities. I believe continuing to support this program can really create an opportunity to bridge a gap between the current generation and those before them. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dolores Alvarado. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. On behalf of Community Health Partnership and the board, thank you for considering funding for item 25. This program will inform District 1 residents regarding the following: patient rights, public charge concerns, PCAP, Medi-Cal redetermination, Medi-Cal expansion, and more importantly, a referral to a medical home. Our approach will utilize best practices from adult learning theory.
The next speaker is Smita Patel. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Greetings all, my name is Smita Patel. When democracy is under attack, polarization is at an all-time high. The Green Foothills Leadership Program is an essential way to support community engagement and leadership. I participated in this program with the aid of a scholarship. It helped me learn how local government works and how to meaningfully participate. Empowering people in this way is the most powerful antidote to the alienation and mistrust we see all around us. Please support the Green Foothills Leadership Program. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jim Gardner. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good afternoon. Good Karma Bikes is a nonprofit bicycle community center, the largest in California. We've provided over $3 million of free repairs, bicycles, parts, labor, and outreach to over 46,000 clients. We seek support to expand programming with a permanent location, having the community advantage of enabling our ramp up to 10,000 clients per year. That's a 3-fold increase. It also allows us to expand our free affinity program for Spanish-speaking Women's Night, LGBTQ+, and other groups. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Alyssa Hauk. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Hauk, and I'm the Director of Development for Hunger at Home. Today, I wanted to express my support for 27AP Inventory Item 49 from Supervisor Lee and 27EY Inventory Item 172 from Supervisor Chavez, both supporting food security programs. At Hunger at Home, we believe food insecurity is a solvable problem, and we're laser focused on feeding as many people as possible in our community. Thank you for your time and support.
The next speaker is Gustavo Flores. Please accept the unmute to begin. And your mic is open. We cannot hear you. Are you perhaps muted on your end?
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Flores. I'm a voice leader of Vecinos Activos with Somos Mayfair. Today I'm here in support of Supervisor Chavez and Lee's proposal budget, item 27GC, to provide budget to Somos Mayfair and the Si Se Puede Collective on the purpose of provide services, resource, free quality preschool education for families in Another Block, especially Latinx families, young and Vietnamese families. Somos Mayfair and the Si Se Puede Collective are an essential part of the community on the east side, San Jose. Please give us.
The next speaker is Carolyn Kim. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Kim, the Legal Director at Justice at Last. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez and District 2 for approving Inventory Item 177. Thank you to all the supervisors for the opportunity to speak. As you know, human trafficking is a horrendous human rights violation that impacts every community and is widespread throughout Santa Clara County. We believe that having Know Your Rights postcards translated into the 7 top languages spoken in Santa Clara County will build greater awareness and increase identification of victims of human trafficking. Thank you again. Please approve item.
The next speaker is Esmeralda Rios. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, I'm a representative for Joyful Learning Educational Development Center, number 51. We have been developing high-quality educational programs, health and wellness, workshops for well over 25 years. We are an inclusive center that supports youth with disabilities, behavioral, speech, and mental disorders, making it much more accessible for them to integrate into everyday learning. We work with families suffering from traumatic experiences, systemic racism, and discrimination. Thank you, Board, for your consideration.
The next speaker is R. Vanden Heuvel. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, my name is Ryan Vanden Heuvel, and I'm the Development Director at Martha's Kitchen. Speaking to item 188, and I first want to say thank you to Supervisor Chavez for her support of Martha's Kitchen and our food programs. Our programs provided over 2.5 million meals in 2022, and this funding is vital to our programs. And so on behalf of our entire organization, I want to say thank you for your support.
The next speaker is Saram. Please accept the unmute.
My name is Saram Choi, and I'm the Operations Manager at Justice at Last. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez and District 2 for approving inventory item numbers 177. Thank you to all for the opportunity to speak. Because human trafficking happens behind closed doors, it makes it even harder to detect and combat in communities that have low rates of police reporting, like the AAPI communities in Santa Clara. We believe that having Know Your Rights postcards translated into the top 7 languages spoken in the county will increase awareness of trafficking and provide assurances to vulnerable immigrant communities that will be able to access comprehensive.
The next speaker is Tasha Jefferson. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tasha Jefferson. I'm Director of Housing Services with the Health Trust. I'm here to ask for support for number 211 for training courses for staff. These trainings will equip our staff with the necessary skills to support our clients with housing, health, mental health, and overall wellness. With this training, we will be able to continue to provide the level of support that the Health Trust has become known for over the last 27 years. Again, we ask that you vote yes. Thank you.
The next speaker is Denari Brown. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, my name is Denari Brown. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of Hunger at Home. I'm speaking in support of inventory item number 49, approved by Supervisor Otto Lee, and inventory item number 172, approved by Supervisor Cindy Chavez. I just want to thank you both for your ongoing support. This funding will greatly aid our food insecurity individuals and families in this county. And just want to say thank you on behalf of everyone at Hunger at Home.
The next speaker is Kate Ball. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, my name is Kate Ball, and I'm the Development Manager of Resource Area for Teaching, or RAP. I'm speaking in support of inventory item number 198 as recommended by Supervisor Chavez. This grant would allow RAF to reach more underserved students in Santa Clara County, support our educators with supplemental income and training, and make engaging hands-on summer programming more accessible to students to increase understanding of STEAM subjects and skills such as collaboration and creativity. I'd like to thank you all for your consideration.
The next speaker is Juan Lujano. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Good evening, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Juan Angel Lujano, and I am a community organizer with Somos Mayfair. I am in support of Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Supervisor Lee's proposed budget inventory items of 27 GC and item 78 to provide Somos Mayfair with providing essential wraparound services and resources and free quality preschool education, leadership development opportunities, and
The next speaker is Tadashi Oguchi. Please accept the unmute.
Good evening. My name is Tadashi Oguchi, and I'm the Director of Programs at Recovery Cafe in downtown San Jose. I'm in full support of Community Cycles of California, inventory number 156. Since last November, CCC has provided free bike repairs to our underserved communities in downtown San Jose, especially to those recovering from addiction, mental health challenges, and homelessness. Safer bikes on the road decreases pedestrian accidents and enriches our community and environment. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Casey Hill. Please accept the unmute.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Casey Hill, speaking in support of items put forth by Vegilution and Si Se Puede Collective. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for recommending Vegilution's Community Food Hub Feasibility Plan, item 216. Vegilution envisions a vibrant community food hub in East San Jose to facilitate the aggregation, storage, processing and distribution of local food products, adding services to achieve social, educational, economic, and community food security outcomes. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Moctezuma. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, dear Honorable Supervisors. My name is Jessica Moctezuma. I am with Somos Mayfair staff. I'm speaking in support of Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Supervisor Lee's budget inventory items 27G and item 78 to provide Somos Mayfair with a purpose of providing essential wraparound services, resources, free quality preschool education, leadership development opportunities, and economic stability, supports for families in Allen Rock, specifically Latinx families, youth, and Vietnamese families. I urge the board to support budget items to ensure families have quality learning and youth educational programming. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michelle Ortega. Please accept the unmute. Michelle, can you?
Hi, my name is Michelle Ortega, and I am a program participant. I am writing in the support of Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Supervisor Lee's proposed budget inventory items 27 GC and item 78 to provide Somos Mayfair with the purpose of providing related to providing essential wrap-around services, resources, free quality preschool education, leadership development opportunities, and economic sustainability supports for families in Allen Rock.
The next speaker is Jessie Power. Please accept the unmute. There you go.
Good evening to all of the Honorable Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jesse Singh. I'm with First California Health Center. I would like to thank Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Supervisor Sylvia Arenas for selecting our nonprofit organization towards the next step today. I would like to request all of the Honorable Board of Supervisors to approve budget item number 133 and item number 164. Thank you very much for supporting First California Health Center. Thank you. Good night.
The next speaker is Navisha Mehta. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, I'm Navisha Mehta, and I'm the Chief Development Officer at Resource Area for Teaching, RAPT. I'm speaking in support of inventory item number 198. Thank you, Cindy Chavez, Supervisor Chavez, for a $50,000 grant to RAPT. This grant will support RAPT work in the educational community to help bridge the equity gap. RAPT focuses on STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And it's been around for 29 years, and it's unique because it uses over 300 tons of recycled, upcycled materials to create design challenges.
The next speaker is Jan. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, thanks to Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to speak. My name is Yan Zhu, a member of the Society of Heart's Delight. I'm calling to ask for support budget inventory item number 77 and item number 207 for the team to continue the effort in setting up two-way communication channel between global community and Chinese immigrants. The profound impact of our events, ranging from book clubs to fireside chat, has garnered overwhelming positive feedback regardless of background.
The next speaker is Gabriela Chavez Lopez. Please accept the unmute.
Good evening, Honorable Supervisors. Gabby Chavez Lopez, Executive Director, Latino Coalition of Silicon Valley. I'm here today first as a mother, resident, and community leader to request your support of Chavez item 179 and Arenas item 135 to increase equitable opportunities for workforce and leadership development for Latinas. Full transparency, I've spent the last 5 hours struggling to balance active listening and care for my toddler with special needs for 30 seconds to speak. We must do better and make community engagement more accessible for the sake of all of our community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mirella Maldonado. Please accept the unmute.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Mireya Maldonado, and I am a Program Manager at the Hispanic Foundation of Silicon Valley. I would like to express my support for items 170 and 221 put forward by Supervisor Cindy Chavez, thank you, Cindy, to support the Hispanic Foundation College Success Programs and the implementation of the Eastside Education Initiative. This investment will ensure our expansion efforts to bring more pivotal family engagement and supplemental educational services to East San Jose schools and to communities all the way to Gilroy to support underserved Latino K-12 students.
The next speaker is Gwen Neal. Please accept the unmute.
Thank you.
You are,
Okay.
try
Can you
again.
hear me okay?
We can now, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This is a great opportunity. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Gwen Neal. I'm speaking on behalf of Logos Christian Fellowship, and I thank Supervisor Lee as well as Supervisor Chavez for pushing forward items number 57 and item 184. We service 1,500 families per week with providing them with healthy foods. We serve multicultural.
The next speaker is Arturo Munoz. Please accept the unmute. Arturo, can you accept the unmute? There you go.
Hello, good afternoon. All right, thank you. So, dear Honorable Supervisors, my name is Arturo Munoz, and I'm a program coordinator at Some of Mayfair. I'm speaking in support of Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Supervisor Lee's proposal on item 27 GC and item 78 to provide Some of Mayfair with the purpose of providing relating to an essential wrap around services, resources, and preschool educational leadership.
The next speaker is Katie Lee. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie, and I'm a youth ambassador for the party program. I'm in support of Supervisor Cindy Chavez's inventory item number 195 to provide a grant to the party program. As a student within the nonprofit for 2 years, I've had the opportunity to participate in many youth-led activities, lead my own activities for my community, be a leader, get access to scholarships, and network with business professionals. The funding for Party will allow more kids like me to connect with other kids, learn to be a better leader, and advocate for themselves and their peers. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jason Morella. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hi, I'm Jason Morella, the CEO of Resource Area for Teaching. I'm speaking in support of item 198, which will allow RAF services to help bridge the equity gap in our educational community and ensure underserved students and teachers have access to quality hands-on education. This grant will help us directly impact thousands of students and hundreds of educators, providing access to students in RAF's STEAM Dream Camps, professional development training, stipends for educators, and visits by our Micromobile to underserved students in Santa Clara County. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez and the entire board.
The next speaker is Sharon Jackson. Please accept the unmute.
Good evening, can you hear me?
We can barely.
Oh, gosh. Okay, what about now?
Much better.
Okay, good evening, supervisors. First of all, I want a huge thank you to Cindy Chavez, Otto Lee, supervisors, for supporting and pushing through our items 187 and 58 with Otto Lee. Mama D Second Chance, who I am the executive director of. We are out here feeding families in large numbers. We are feeding homeless, we are feeding.
The next speaker is Jerry Forte. Please accept the unmute. Jerry, can you accept the unmute?
It did it now. Thank you. My support for item 187, the Second Chance program, is backed by 43 years of experience as a teacher, a counselor, a site administrator, a district office administrator, and a university professor. I am well aware of the dangers that our students face when they are unable to find success with traditional educational programs. The Second Chance program provides goal-oriented and hands-on intervention that is so needed to address the needs of these at-risk.
The next speaker is Andrea Temkin. Please accept the unmute. And Andrea, are you speaking?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great, thanks. Hi, I'm Andrea Temkin. I'm the interim director of the San Jose Museum of Quilts and Textiles. I want to thank the full board and especially the Supervisor Chavez for your support of arts and culture organizations in our county. The museum is going to be using these funds to support our community partnerships and community engagement activities. And I invite you all to our opening on Friday, May 12th, of Queer Threads, a newest exhibit. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolyn LZ. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Elzy, and I would like to thank Cindy Chavez for item number 58. Mama D's Second Chance provides food for low-income and homeless people in the Santa Clara County. Also, she provides bag groceries for senior citizens and many others in the county. We would thank Cindy Chavez.
The next speaker is Dawn. Please accept the unmute. Can you accept the unmute, Dawn? We can try to come back. The next speaker is Carly Flores Adams. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, my name is Carly Flores, and I'm speaking in support of items 27C, O, and EI set forth by Civilian and Chavez. The College of Adaptive Arts provides workforce development, community building, and the pursuit of education for underserved students with special needs. Your support of CAA today demonstrates a shared value of education, encouraging a workforce rooted in empathy, and ensures collegiate opportunities for those who would not otherwise have the opportunity to attend college. Thank you.
The next speaker is Victor Saw. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hi, my name is Victor Saw. I'm with Boldly Me. I'm in support of Cindy Chavez's item number 147 ED. And I just wanted to say, if you haven't heard of Boldly Me already, we help with social and emotional wellness as well as mindfulness, and we help the youth K through 12. We've recently been involved in 31 school districts in Santa Clara County, and this grant will help us get back into the schools to help. As with youth, being proactive is the primary way to help with any type of mental wellness. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kendra O'Donohue.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Good evening, honorable supervisors. My name is Kendra O'Donohue, and I'm with the San Jose Public Library Foundation. I request your support for Supervisor Chavez's proposed budget inventory item 200, which would provide a grant to our Resilience Corps Workforce Development Program. It places young adults, also known as Resilience Corps Associates, at sites and schools to work with students in grades K through 8 to mitigate learning loss exacerbated by COVID. We would appreciate your ongoing support so that we could expand this program. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ann Hartman. Please accept the unmute. And can you accept the unmute?
Yes, sorry about that. My name is Ann Hartman with the YMCA of Silicon Valley. I'm here in support of Supervisor Chavez's inventory item number 220, Agenda 27GK, to enable underserved youth in East San Jose access to the Y Summer Enrichment Program and school break camps. And we'd like to thank Supervisor Chavez for putting this item forward and thank the board for your consideration. When school is out, youth with the greatest need lose access to essential supports and face challenges relating to learning, hunger, and safe space to spend the day while parents work, and parents struggle to find affordable.
The next speaker is Janavan Hernandez. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, everybody. My name is Janavan Hernandez, and I'm with Opening Doors 2020 in support of 27 Go Board Inventory Items 224. Opening Doors 2020 feeds hundreds of homeless and low-income people weekly, as well as thousands monthly. Being a part of the organization has allowed me to directly support my community for the better. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Lead Filipino. Please accept the unmute.
Good evening. My name is Camille Valerio from Lee Filipino, and I'm here to support item 55 by Supervisor Lee and item 180 by Supervisor Chavez for our Awareness in Action and Holistic Healing and Civic Literacy program. This funding will help strengthen our organization's capacity, coordinate community resources and programs with our partners, and create a pop-up computer lab to provide technical support. Your support will also allow us to engage Filipinx LA American students, young adults, and families in critical consciousness building, personal development, and understanding Asian American Pacific Islander experiences. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nayeli Seja Anguano. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, Nayeli Seja Anguano, she, her, ella pronouns. And I implore you to please approve inventory item number 113 with Rebecca Children's Services under Supervisor Arenas. to serve over 14,000 families and children in Santa Clara County, especially in South Santa Clara County, with essential therapeutic supplies for the healing journeys and the need for as you know, the need for behavioral services has exponentially increased. Please help us build pathways to hope, happiness, and well-being.
The next speaker is Wesley Cox. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Hello, my name is Wesley Cox. I work for the African American Community Service Agency, and I want to speak on budget items 27B, 27J, 27DX, and 27GP. Overall, the African American Community Service Agency has many branches: education, health and wellness, policy and advocacy, social and racial justice, and social services and family resource center. And essentially, we are asking for funding for Juneteenth and the Juneteenth Festival, this annual celebration, and a great way to acknowledge freedom for African Americans in this country. Thank you.
The next speaker, or going back to Dawn, D-O-N. And your mic should be open. Maybe you may have it muted on your end, but your mic is open on our end. We can try coming back. The next speaker, one moment, is Philip Nguyen. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Philip Nguyen, and I'm the Executive Director for the Vietnamese American Roundtable, teach courses in Asian American Studies at San Jose State. And as a descendant of Vietnamese refugees, I'm here as a community member to support the recommendations put forth by Supervisor Lee in item 94 to fund VAR's Gumyadin or Family Dinner Anthology Project, and Supervisor Chavez for item 217 to fund the planning and organization of significant Vietnamese cultural and heritage events in Santa Clara County. Thank you for your time and consideration. Your gracious support will uplift our opportunities to educate and empower our community.
The next speaker is Matt Vanderwerf. Please accept the unmute to begin.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Matt Vanderwerf. I'm an HR director at the Health Trust. I'm speaking in support of Supervisor Chavez's item number 211. Investment in staff development is often overlooked, and investment in staff development for nonprofit health and human services staff has a direct, measurable impact on the community. Return on investment on training dollars can be between 150 and 300%. I will get us to 300%. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your evening.
One final attempt at Dawn, who is our final speaker. And Dawn, your mic is unmuted on our end. And we cannot hear you. My apologies. All other that was the last speaker in the queue. All other hands are being lowered. And that concludes speakers.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to all of the speakers who joined us this evening, and thank you to the CBOs who participate in the inventory process and for all of the work that you do to improve life experiences for more of our county residents. I want to thank my colleagues as well for striving to address specific areas of needs in your districts and for strengthening county resources. The inventory dollars not only help CBOs fulfill their core missions, but address equity challenges within the county. However, while there are great needs within our county and all of our communities, I share some of the concerns about the current inventory process highlighted by Supervisors Simidian and Lee. I, too, am concerned about lack of transparency, accessibility, equity, predictability, and procedural uniformity of the grants. Each of us approaches inventory differently in terms of the application process, the number of grant recommendations, and the size of the recommendations. And I suspect that this creates not only confusion for nonprofits seeking grants, some uncertainty for administration trying to balance a budget, and presents a challenge that groups of us can't work together to vet requests or understand when and whether and why organizations may be seeking funding from multiple offices. We heard earlier that this year the CEO suggested that we keep our inventory grant recommendations self-limiting around $500,000. And I want to just emphasize that I really believe that inventory serves an important purpose because it allows us to fund innovative pilot programs and allow for quick responses to emerging community needs and advance equity in our neighborhood districts. So what I'd like to offer, if Supervisor Lee is amenable, is to refer this topic to FGOC for discussion and consideration of an update to the board policy. I think Supervisor Lee may have requested this, or Supervisor Simidian, but I'll note again that Dr. Smith, I would like you to provide an analysis of historical board spending on inventory to bring to FGOC this fall, after which Supervisor Lee and I may choose to bring forward a referral or a committee report to the full board with a recommendation on how we might improve all of those elements: transparency, accessibility, equity, predictability, and perhaps some degree of procedural uniformity to the inventory grants. I would imagine that we'll certainly make space and time to work through the details with all of our colleagues, but I'm not feeling that we need to make all of those decisions tonight.
Yes,
I don't think that's a motion. I guess it is a motion because of the direction to Dr. Smith to bring information back, and by Dr. Smith, I mean James Williams.
Yeah, he'll do it.
He'll do it, to FGOC for us in the fall. So that is a motion, and I
I'll
would look
second
for a
that. I
second.
actually would like to hear what Dr. Smith has his light is on this motion.
Thank you for the second.
That was a mistake.
Okay, and then, yeah, I certainly echo what President Ellenberg has just mentioned. We've been talking about the structural deficit for the last 3 days now, and so many of the position has been cut throughout the organization. And we also have gotten some guidance from Dr. Smith early on regarding the $500,000 per board office at the outset to be extremely prudent, but we certainly don't have any other general funding, other than these general funding parameters, there's really no additional guidance. And to be frank, each supervisor's office approaches this inventory process very differently in terms of the application process, the number of grants recommendations, the size of the grants recommendations, and certainly I think it has caused at least concerns and not confusion for so many of the nonprofits looking for the grants and overlaps. And as we know, there's this thing called the Brown Act that our board officers can't collaborate on these vetting requests from many organizations, sometimes seek fundings, and some would get none and some would get multiple ones, as we can see, as we discussed today. This year, as I have mentioned, we have about $8.06 million in funding as requested. Last year, we actually provided 8.77, but the year prior, we actually only gave 4.65 millions. I tried to do my own due diligence. I thank my staff for putting together a lot of these numbers very quickly on these spreadsheets. So there are currently over 30 organizations that are being recommended for funding by more than one board office, totaling about $3.25 million, which can be duplicative. And because of the fact of the Brown Act, how it forbids us from finding out from each other who's asking for what. And now we have all those requests sunshine for all the offices. We get to see what each office has put together. I would like to try something here, which is to take the opportunity and time to see if there's any ways to help clean up some potential duplications. One thing I want to make very clear is I absolutely do not want any nonprofits to be going against each other. I believe everyone that we've heard today has provided incredible work for our community that's absolutely necessary, especially in tough times that, frankly, I think the county is not doing as good a job as the CBOs are able to do and leverage their funds. And the other thing I don't like is I really do not like fixed arbitrary caps because each district needs are very different. And so I don't like any fixed numbers. So what I would like to see is, if possible, is to request of my colleagues to review our own request, especially on three things. One is on the duplicates that we now identified. Two are the especially large awards that's over 100K. And three, any of the multi-year awards. And see if they could bring back the revised recommendation to the first board meeting in early June, on June 6th. And for that reason, I would like to ask the administration to provide board officers with the list of organizations who are being recommended for funding for more than one offices. And this is really just a way for me to try to help do some trimming of the budget amount so that we could hopefully not having too much of a pressure on Dr. Smith in terms of what he would need to cut additionally on a very tight budget. If I would have one of my colleagues supporting this.
Just to be clear, you're looking for a separate motion and a separate.
Yeah, but it is completely voluntary. There's no requirement of any sort. So I'm just saying, if any voluntary compliance people would like to come back and trim some of the numbers they are provided, I just want to appreciate. I don't want people to trim each other, but I just really look on your own numbers that have been submitted. That's all.
I'm not hearing or
You
seeing
want a second? Okay.
a second that we still have the initial
Sure, we still have the
motion
initial
on
motion.
the table. I'm going to look to Supervisor Chavez, and then Supervisor Arenas has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. So one thing, so first of all, I just want to say, I think it's a great idea for a committee to take a look at this process. The thing I would suggest prior to that is at some meeting of the board, getting some agreement around a set of principles. And as an example, I heard innovation, I heard equity. I will say that one of the reasons that this process, I think, has become so palatable is that it is sometimes difficult to get departments to see the community need the same way we do, frankly, because we're out in the community. I know they are too, but we're out in a different way. And our procurement procedures, the processes that we put together can be very difficult for small nonprofits, emerging nonprofits, and folks who don't have a strong back of house. And we have gone so far as a board to do these bigger referrals, and I'm going to look to Joe that we did one, for example, that was focused on history and untold stories. I think actually Supervisor Yeager, what's that?
Yeager.
Yeah, it was Ken brought this forward in part because we have a very small amount of money that we ascribe to a few buildings, that we use that money to protect a few buildings in the county versus looking at county history. The all-inclusive playgrounds is another example that we didn't go through our Parks Department initially, although they helped to manage the grant, because it's not within what they do, but it's within what we as a community needed, which is access to parks for the disabled, for elderly, for all of our community. So those are examples of where the board has said, we want to lead on something. So I think if you, or as a subset of the board, want to come back with principles and the board can buy into those, I think that's important. I think that procurement should be involved in it, and I also think what we should be taking a look at is our procurement procedures, because we do not have a process by which to act quickly, innovatively, or well, maybe just leave it there. Stop with my list. Okay, and then just as a side note, the amount that came to my office in requests was almost $11 million. And as you can see from what I brought forward, much of it is focused on food, on low-income communities, and on, frankly, something else we've been trying to work on, which is how are we building in equity to our processes. So I say all that only to say that I really appreciate the leadership that the two of you are willing to take on this, but I would recommend that the board have a conversation about principles prior to it going into committee. So on the items before us, I wanted to just note that there is a mistake on one of our items, and that's item 165. It allocates $25,000 to Good Karma Bikes. And it denotes a specific location, but I understand that the location they're looking at is in flux. So the funding is still assigned for capital, but the location will have to be part of the discussion with our staff. Second, I wanted to go back to, or third, I wanted to go back to a point that Supervisor Simidian raised at the beginning of this discussion, and that is that the points around what's specific in our contracts relative to what's political, under what circumstances, how we don't allow someone to use religion to keep somebody from accessing a service. I think even if we have that in the contractual language, I think having a cover letter that highlights that those things are not bad, because we have some nonprofits that are relatively new and relatively small, or they're just relatively small and they don't deal with a lot of contracts. And I have to say, I've read our contracts, they're actually very clear, but I think there's no downside to some sort of almost a checklist for them, so they know what part of their contracts have the particular issues that have been highlighted by the board. That would be a recommendation. And then on both items 26 and 27, I'm assuming that we're receiving these proposals today. The action is to receive them, to receive both items?
Yes.
Thank you. I would just add that we add in the principals come back to the full board if they're going to, but prior to going to session, and that we do have a checklist for our nonprofits so that they're able to
Let me
succeed.
just clarify something, that you want principals to come to the board before it goes to committee, but wouldn't the committee create a draft of those principles to then bring to the full board for discussion?
What I would understand is that the process would be further refined by committee, but the direction and the overarching outcomes that we want should come from the board. Now,
Absolutely.
I think a referral first that outlines those, so the board says, yes, this is a good direction, so you don't spend a bunch of time and then have us say, what, that's not what we said. That's why I would recommend that. And that we have a checklist covering the contracts so that we can make sure our nonprofits are clear on our expectations for them as part of for the maker and the seconder.
Good, thank you. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I also support that idea of having first the board give direction and then have the committee work on the overall direction. One of the areas that I struggled when I was looking at all the inventory items, and I've got to tell you, it was been difficult as a District 1 supervisor, taking a look at some of these inventory items, because we haven't had any coming from District 1 for the last 4 years. And so I've got to thank some of you who have been taking care of South County with some inventory items. So thank you so much for that. There is a bit of a backlog or a need to catch up with the rest of the folks, if you will. For District 1, it's been underserved for a number of years. And it's one of the reasons why I went over the recommended 500,000. It was rather easy to go over this amount. But as I was going through this process, I thought about how my priorities connected to some of the items that I approved. And that's how I was using my office priorities as the North Star in terms of making those decisions. I think that whatever we decide as a board, we need to make sure that we have equity and the principles and the overarching priorities that we've already agreed to in our priority setting to also be those goalposts for us. We've already established them. And I think it's a really good idea for us to use those to make decisions about who we fund on a yearly basis. And I think there's other reasons for us to fund some some of the grants that come our way. And Supervisor Chavez, I completely understand about some of those smaller agencies that just don't have that infrastructure to apply to foundations or larger agencies, because they just are not going to be able to process and to comply with some of with some of the criteria that those agencies require when applying for a grant. And so I think it's important for us to have this opportunity to provide inventory items and grants to our smaller agencies. But I think the larger issue that you brought up about procurement is absolutely on the nose. I absolutely support that as well. I know that there's some duplication in some of our requests, and I apologize, Supervisor Lee. I think that's what you were hoping for us to address. I wasn't sure if administration does that. If we approve these items and administration is going to look at some of the items that are a duplicate of each other, or are we supposed to do that for ourselves? So that's a question that I'm trying to figure out in terms of process.
That's up to the board. Once they're approved today, we try to find funding in the budget so that we can come back in the beginning of June with some way of funding it. But at this point, I can't tell you how we would fund it. So any duplicates eliminating duplicates would be up to the board today.
Well, I would be supportive of eliminating some duplication. Supervisor Lee, is that what you were asking us to do as a board?
Yeah, so what I was trying to do basically is saying that instead of approving everything as is, that we will come back early June so that we could trim some of the duplicates. So just for fairness, because of the fact of the Brown Act, we don't know how each other is going to
Right.
get grants. So this is the first time we actually get to see all of the numbers on paper of who's giving what, right? So I was hoping using the
Right.
process, we might be able to do another round, maybe able to trim some of duplicates through the process. That's all.
I completely agree, and I apologize. I didn't. I wasn't exactly sure, and I had raised my hand, but I didn't want to interject. So I'm not sure if you're. Would that be part of an amendment to?
It was actually a separate
on the
motion,
floor?
and if you would second it, we could take a look if we even have 3 votes, and if we do them, something can come back.
Sure.
If not, then just
I
let it
would
go.
second that motion because I think I don't know that we duplicated many of those areas, but there's I think very few areas, and I think it's important for us to not have that. So I would second your motion on just having us do a bit of a cleanup, and I think there's also an opportunity for us to figure out whether 2 districts try to make one whole, to make the one grant request whole. I don't know that if it would be duplication rather than a collective effort, and I don't know how to get
Combination,
around the
as you
Brown
call it, right?
Act. Right,
Right.
like a combo. I don't know how to get around the Brown Act without, I don't know if it's at a future meeting that we do this or offline, but I do think there's some value to that. So I'm happy to support that. And just lastly, I look forward to seeing how we move forward with this item. I think we need to be strategic. We also need to be equitable. And part of the equity and the principles of equity is taking a look at who needs more of our resources. And so I'd love for us to take a look at poverty levels. I'd love for us to take a look at crime stats, Medi-Cal enrollment, child abuse, substantiated reports, or even unsubstantiated reports. I think we need to take a look at a very high level what are those areas that need the more support than others? And then based on those indicators, that we would have a certain percentage, say one district will have a certain higher percentage than the other, simply because there's more issues that those communities face, requiring additional resources. And so I look forward to the conversation. I think this is a really good path for us to take and start talking about how to make sense of our inventory items and be strategic and have these conversations at a board level, since we can't have them individually, or we can't really talk with one another about how to do this while we're trying to get it done. So I look forward to next year's process and how we can benefit from learning from this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Supervisor Simitian's light on.
Just for a couple of questions about how we might proceed, and I'm hoping County Council can help us thread the needle on some Brown Act issues. Where there are, quote, duplicates or overlap, I don't really think that's what's driving the total, candidly, but certainly worth looking at if there's a practical way to do it. I guess my question would be is if having sunshined all this today, if one board member wants to approach another board member and say, hey, I've got some proposal in that overlaps with your proposal. Can we talk about that? Maybe one of us could withdraw our proposal, or maybe we could split it. Is that allowed under the Brown Act?
Yes, if one supervisor is only talking with one other supervisor, not with anybody else, and wants to then present functionally a revised proposal, could be combining the two items in some fashion, that would be permissible, as basically submitting that as a joint revised item to supplant two of the others. And I think what could be done, as I understood Supervisor Lee's initial description, is to ask that a list be provided to all the offices by entity, I think is what you said, so that each office would have the opportunity to identify where there might be such overlap. If for some reason, then I don't know because I haven't seen the list, if for some reason there were 3 supervisors involved, that would of course be a Brown Act challenge. But if there's only 2, that's something that could be done.
I think there are some where there are 3 or even 4, but I think 2 is probably the more common phenomenon. And you've, I think, given us clarity. You want to go talk to one of your colleagues, go talk to one of your colleagues, but limit it to 1, yes?
That's correct.
Thank you. And with respect to this item eventually coming to, or sort of the, I think I've heard different language, but the sort of principles around which we organize ourselves for inventory items at FGOC, Mr. Williams, I think the way our committee meetings are noticed actually allows participation by 3, 4, or 5 board members if they're so inclined. Am I remembering that correctly?
No, that's not quite right.
Help me then.
If additional board members are going to participate in the conversation on an item, it would have to be agendized as a board meeting.
I'm sorry, it has to be?
It would have to be agendized as a board meeting.
Which sometimes has happened, yes?
I believe it's happened once in the last 10 years or so, yes.
Is that when I showed up?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
But it was agendized as a special board meeting.
Yeah. And colleagues, the way this came up, in my understanding that I have limited history, is that many years ago, I had a proposal that was moving its way through the board. It was heard at a committee. People testified for or against the proposal, mischaracterized what the proposal was, and when I raised my hand to say, could I clarify what the proposal is, the answer was no, because the Brown Act says you can only have 2 members. So I said, well, that's a little counterproductive, if the person who I mean, it would be like being a state legislator and being told you can't present your bill in front of the committee of jurisdiction, no matter what anybody says about it. That's just hard to fathom, for me at least. Where I was headed on this, Madam President, is that, you know, if individual members of the board wanted to, they could take the opportunity either in a full board meeting, if that's what's required, or an FGOC meeting that is agendized as a full board meeting, which I believe is what Mr. Williams is telling us is possible. Individual members could come in, could comment, could testify at the sufferance of the chair, and say, here's how I approach inventory items, which would then facilitate the discussion. I think that asking two members of the board to try and have that conversation and then wonder why it runs into potential pushback from 5 members is perhaps a frustrating exercise.
I would be glad as the board president to agendize this item on a full board meeting. The thought had been to start a conversation, look at some information in FGOC, which all of us can certainly watch any committee meeting, not make any decisions, but bring something, even if it's a blank piece of paper with a heading at the top that says inventory, bring that to the board meeting to have a conversation there.
Well, there are a lot of issues that have not yet been teased out, so let me just give a couple of examples. And
Or we can just start this at a board meeting. I'll agendize it there rather than at the
I
committee.
am absolutely mindful of the fact that there is greater need in some districts than others. On the other hand, there are some districts where there are fewer services from the county. And I know you all are tired of hearing me talk about the fact that there is not a health clinic. No, seriously. It's so Supervisor Yeager was actually very focused, in my experience, on inventory items, trying to embed things into county government, which I thought was a wise approach. I didn't have those programs and services in my district, so if I was looking for those services to be provided, I had to do it with or through a nonprofit. Just as Supervisor Chavez said a minute ago, there are places where the county is not present, and hopefully as a district supervisor, you know that. So
If I could briefly interrupt you, just because I think we're getting into the substance of
Yeah.
this, and it's not an agendized item this evening in terms of process, but I will amend my motion such that this will not initiate in FGOC. It will be brought as an agenda item for the full board after budget for a preliminary conversation, and then we can determine from there if we want to keep working as a fivesome or assign an ad hoc committee or one of the policy committees.
I
Would
think
that
there
work
is a
for
way
you?
to have it both ways, if I may, Madam Chair, because I think the the county council will tell us that we could put these kinds of concerns or issues in writing, send them to the committee, and as long as those documents are public documents that are shared with the entire world, then we could make sure that the committee did have the benefit of
I
that.
have done that for your committee.
Yes.
To H&H. Yes, that works.
Yeah, then I would be, if that's the way to kind of have our cake and eat it too, I'm fine with that, Madam Chair.
So keeping it with FGOC initially with any of the other 3 supervisors, welcome to submit any public letter to the record that will be part of the conversation, and it will still come to the board thereafter. That work? Okay. You're shaking your head. You don't like that. Would you rather it come just to the board? I'm easy.
No, I at this point have literally no preference.
Okay.
And really, I was just trying to keep you guys from having to do a second meeting or a third one, but
Right.
it's fine. But I see Dr. Smith.
Apart from the process, we do have a timing issue with getting this year's budget together. So if, in your process, you decide to modify your proposal, please get it to us by the end of business on the 19th, because if we don't hear from you, we'll have to put together some proposals for everything. I mean, it does take some time to deal with.
let's vote on both motions, and then if it's amenable to Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Arenas, if their proposal gets 3 votes, then we would add into that May 19th as the deadline for submitting. We get there?
Fair enough.
Okay, so on the first motion, by Ellenberg, second by Lee, to bring the conversation in all of its permutations, as we've discussed, to FGOC for a preliminary conversation and a report from Dr. Smith on, what did I say? On the historical, it's in there. It's in the record. Let's vote on that first, please.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the motion.
Oh, let me fix it. I'm sorry, that was not a very good way.
There were 2.
So here it is. The first motion that we're voting on is to refer the topic to FGOC for discussion and consideration of an update to board policy with Dr. Smith to provide an analysis of historical board spending on inventory and bring that to our committee this fall. No decisions will be made there. We won't create a referral from that. We will bring some kind of proposal for a full board discussion.
I just wanted to know what the motion
Okay.
was.
Oh, and can I clarify, is this a motion on item number 26 or 27, or are you voting concurrently on both? I know public comment was concurrent.
Right,
but-
so the votes will be concurrent, too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor
Wait,
Arenas.
I'm sorry. So concurrent meaning that we're receiving both of those items and this, or they're 2 separate motions?
We don't need a motion on 26. We do need a motion on 27, because 27 is to refer approval of the list of inventory items to the June budget for final adoption.
So with the initial motion that I made, that incorporates acceptance of 27, the recommendations of 27, with the forwarding to FGOC and the request for an analysis of historical board spending on inventory.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Yes.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
President Ellenberg.
Yes. The second motion, which is by Lee, seconded by Arenas, is a recommendation to each of the supervisors who would like to so voluntarily engage in partnering with just one other supervisor to consider consolidation of inventory grants that go to the same organization. And if so, they need to present their decisions their recommendations to county administration by May 19th.
May 19th, right.
Does that sound right?
Close enough.
Supervisor Arenas, that sounds right to you?
That sounds about right to me. I think we just need to identify which of the 2, so we, or I don't know if there's
Right,
to be
but that's
2
not
sets
part of the
2.
motion. That will be
Right.
up to anybody that cares to volunteer to participate in the exercise.
Ready for the vote?
Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Yes.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
And President Ellenberg.
Yes. Now, at the risk of irritating all of you, I want to do just some closing comments very quickly on some lessons from the workshop and directions for budget next year. And I will do it fast. And first, to thank you all for your really thoughtful engagement during the workshops. Thank you again to staff and administration who worked on this budget. This is now my 5th year, I believe, and I really have seen improvements every year. Really glad to see the program descriptions, the metrics for success, and the equity sections that have been added. I want to just reiterate here some of my direction from day one to give guidance to administration for next year. So I would make this then as a final motion, if that's appropriate, to send the recommended budget by email to the board offices at the same time you send it to the printer, and no later than the Friday 1 week prior to the budget workshops. That weekend gives board and staff more time to review the nearly 700-page document. Next year, please include the fund balances, including encumbered and unencumbered amounts for the special programs and reserve section. And with regard to any future proposed funded position deletions, vacant funded position deletions, we expect to see the following information: how long the position has been vacant, the program the position supports, the number of unfilled positions in the department compared to the number recommended for deletion, and the funding source for the position. I was happy to hear my colleagues referencing departmental efficiency plans, Dr. Smith referencing departmental strategic plans, and as we move toward building a more comprehensive county-wide strategic plan, I would look forward to learning more about the planning already underway in each department. I think we need to begin planning for how the county will rise to the challenge of addressing increasing community needs with potentially fewer resources in a strategic and intentional manner. With that motion for direction for the next budget, I would ask for a second.
I'll second it.
Through
All
the
right.
chair, if I can make some comments on that
Please do.
motion, which
Sure.
I'm not sure is within the scope of an item on the agenda, but
I could do it as a letter to the board.
you certainly could. I would ask, though, that the item really be taken up as a separate item for discussion, because while I think 75-80% of what you said is not an issue, there are a few items there that I think are. For example, we don't, through the salary ordinances and budget, allocate positions to specific programs. So some of those requests don't quite make sense without context. I think that's a broader discussion that would need to happen, but I don't want a motion to just pass now that is assuming certain things for next year's budget without the opportunity
I
for
think that's
a
good.
conversation.
I think that's good feedback, and I'm actually going to pull back the motion, leave it as closing statements with an opening for a more thorough discussion when it's agendized and when we are thinking about the budget for next year. So
Thank you.
with that, no vote. Let's adjourn after Supervisor Chavez says
So
something.
Supervisor Ellenberg, I just want to say I appreciate that you're looking to the future about how to make this better. And what I would recommend is that when we take the final vote on the budget with the board, that we separately agendize a feedback so that the board, both so you can give direction and the board can give feedback to the framework that you're putting forward. Because and it would give the staff an opportunity in a more robust way to be able to respond. But I think it should just be agendized as improvements to the
Right.
process.
Happy to do that, and we can talk about it as recommendations that administration would come back with responses and options on. Anything else? All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for working through this process with us. Thank you to all our clerks. Thank you to the CreateTV folks, to all of our office staff who have stayed to the bitter end with us. We appreciate you. Have a good evening.